All right, let's go ahead and just start. All right, all right. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that there's still about a minute in the stream, but I figured why not start? Why not start and start moving along with this? It shouldn't take too long. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I thought it'd be kind of fun to go through the different articles that are out there. I had a whole lot of fun last week talking about biology and science and, well, technology, and I thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of go through some of the articles out there and see what's currently going on. I found three articles to go through. The first is AI accelerating the scientific method. The next one is AI unlocks gene regulation. And the last one is preparing for the future of AI capabilities in biology. So maybe AI is coming to take our biology jobs. That would really suck. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, that would really suck. But I digress. I digress. Yeah, today we're going to go through these three articles and see what we can find. First one up is how AI is accelerating the scientific method from trial and error to target discovery. So, for those who are wondering what is going on, usually when it comes into science, you will make a general hypothesis. I guess let's. I don't think I need to draw anything. Well, to be fair, nothing is set, nothing is loaded for drawing, so let me load that up. But yeah, so in general, what happens usually is you'll have a question like, what is or why is a feather black? You know, in a raven, why is a feather black? And then from there, you'll go, okay, well, it could be because of X or Y. And then you'll do a test and then see, is it because of X or Y? This is pretty much the scientific method as most people tend to know it. And what this is arguing is, rather than going through and doing said scientific method, we'll just start targeting things. At least that's from my understanding, at least from the title. So let's read this. So, how AI is accelerating the scientific method from trial and error to target discovery. All right. Discovery science is essential for driving breakthroughs and revealing insights that traditional approaches might overlook. By helping scientists uncover patterns and correlations in data, the methodology aids in the formation of new hypotheses. For example, a team of researchers might analyze large-scale genomic data to identify patterns associated with disease. Without a predetermined hypothesis in mind, that analysis could then reveal unexpected gene variants linked to certain diseases or new biological pathways that researchers can later test with targeted hypotheses. Well, that's kind of how I remember doing it when I was in the field. I mean, the project that I worked on was actually a high throughput drug screening, or I worked on many projects. One was a high throughput drug screening system, but the other one, the one that I actually ended up doing my dissertation on, was a large scale gene study. The idea was that we were trying to identify all of the different pathways and networks that were involved in a particular paradigm. And to do so, what I ended up doing was I would induce this was involving neuronal regeneration. So I would induce ablation of these neurons, and then during the regenerative process, I would then collect samples, and then we ended up having these very large genetic data. It's a very large genetic database of all of these changes that were going on. And in order to kind of sift through it, that's where the biggest problem lied, because we had hundreds of thousands of genes that were all changing, and we had no clue why or how they were involved. So if this is kind of what they're going on about with the AI, then that would definitely be very beneficial. Let's see here. Historically, Discovery science has largely been driven by trial and error, with researchers relying on unconstructed exploration. I would disagree there. If you try to do unstructured exploration, odds are you're going to get laughed at, because you have to have you have to have some hypothesis. You have to have some understanding of what is going on in your field. If you're going to be studying, if you're going to be studying, uh, finger regeneration, or if you're going to be studying ligma, then the first thing you have to do is you have to read the literature of ligma, and then you're going to have to go and say, okay, then I hypothesize that for ligma, because it has correlations with this other disorder, or this other disease, that we would be able to, there should be a correlation. And then you would proceed to generate a test and do that test. It's not exactly trial and error. You do have to have some kind of understanding. You do have to have some understanding of the field, of your question. Let's see here. As they search for meaning in a mass data sets, but this approach is all right, mass data sets. All right, they're referring to, they're referring to these large data set, these large genomic data sets, the kind of what I was just briefly talking about. But this approach is incredibly time-consuming and costly, which limits the amount of discovery-based research scientists can conduct, and therefore slows innovation. It can take several years or decades even for scientists' hunches to eventually develop into tangible solutions. The main problem is funding. Time, they say several decades, but in the course, like the one project I worked on, we actually ended up uncovering an awful lot of stuff within the first year. It was the confirming it and validating it stage, which is where a lot of the time was in there. The discovery part, not so much. The validation part, definitely. To kind of let me bring up GIMP so I can kind of give you a what I'm talking about. Oh, come on, GIMP. Oh, I see. It's because it's behind. There we go. Aha, there we go. Okay. So yeah. So when it comes to things like discovery, as I said, let's say you have some kind of disorder. So here's our man right there. He has a broken arm, and you want to try and figure out ways to repair the arm. Well, a couple ways to do it is to compare this man with a broken arm with a man with a healthy arm. So see, there's no breakage, and from here you can start finding the differences. And once you find said differences, then you start trying to elucidate why these differences exist. Very simple. Actually, painfully simple. And when it comes to this case, because, let's see here. So what did they say? I kind of just lost my train of thought. Let's see here. Historically, discovery sciences has largely been driven by trial and error, with researchers relying on unconstructed exploration as they search for meaning in massive datasets. But this approach is incredibly time-consuming and costly, which limits the amount of discovery-based research scientists can conduct, and therefore slows innovation. It takes several years or even decades for scientists' hunches to eventually develop into tangible solutions. All right then. So back to our example. Let's say, so here we go. We have two people. As I mentioned, we'll say this one has ligma. This one is healthy. And what you should first do is look for differences. And then from here, you would then try and elucidate why there are differences. And based off of this, you can start pulling in from other areas. For instance, someone might have, like, I don't know, Slappy. They might have something called Slappy. In which case, and from here we notice that for I'm trying to think of a way to explain this. I think that's the biggest problem for me, is trying to explain it in a coherent and easy way. I'm not very much of a comedian, so let's try this. Here's our man. He has ligma. Here's our another man. We'll give him some jack muscles. He's normal. He's healthy. And then from here we find the differences. We could do a blood work, so we can test their blood. We can check their blood. We could also check for, we could do CAT scan. We could do a physical. There's a whole lot of data we can collect to try and find differences just between these two. And once we find a difference, for instance, we can see that there's a change in, blood concentrations of, we'll go with hemoglobin. So see here, if there's a difference in the concentration of hemoglobin. For instance, this one's much lower, this is much higher. Then from here, you can then proceed to start testing to see why. And because this is a very complex pathway here, I mean, this could be ludicrously complicated. You have many different avenues to look into. It could be the growth pathway. It could be the digestion pathway. For instance, the pathway involved in digestion. It could be involved with the regeneration pathway. Like, there's a whole long list. And I guess when they say trial and error, they're referring to, we're going to look at this one, this one, and figure it out. But the thing, though, is you kind of have to do this. You can't really just target. If you don't go through all of the steps, if you don't look at the first one, the second one, and the third one, then at the end, what might happen is that you might go, oh, it must obviously have to do something with the digesting, something involving food consumption. All right, great. So we solved that problem, but because you didn't look at these other areas, you don't know if there's off-site effects. You could, increase the amount of, let's see here, you could increase the amount of food, like in digestion, but then that could potentially also increase the amount of growth. So you end up having a double effect here. So you still have to look at all of these things. And the main thing is, as I mentioned, is that it's not about it's not slowing innovation to do all these tests. You have to look at all of this stuff. Literally, you have to look at it. Because if you don't, off-site effects could have severe complications. All right, but now AI is changing the rules of discovery. In fact, 98% of life science organizations are leveraging generative AI, and 95% are using agentic AI, the highest adoption rate among highly regulated industries. AI has the potential to drastically reduce the time from discovery to translational research outcomes. For instance, drug discovery timelines could potentially be condensed from an average of 5 to 6 years into just a single year. In addition, the accelerating drug discovery timeline, AI also has the potential to reduce R&D costs by 20 to 50%. Well, that would actually be very beneficial to reduce the amount of time, because one of the things that comes to drug discovery is you do have to test an ungodly amount of drugs, and I do mean that. You have to test tons and tons of drugs because you really don't know which ones will have an impact. And this is actually one spot that AI can be very, very beneficial, because of the fact that you can use AI to try and, well, as I mentioned here, target. You can use AI here to identify structures in the drugs, which would be very beneficial to what you're trying to test, then from there you could effectively go, oh, we know that this basic loop. So yeah, we know that this basic loop, loop-de-loop, that you would find in this protein, it's involved in our pathway. So if we find all of the drugs that have this loop-de-loop, then effectively we can reduce the amount of drugs we have to screen. So yeah, that is actually very useful, and that is going to help out a lot in drug discovery. Notice that they're just mentioning drug discovery here. I wonder if they'll mention it later down in the paper. But here it says and plus it'll reduce a lot of the costs because you won't have to test nearly as many things. But again, testing still takes time. I think just into a single year is being quite optimistic, but at the same time, I feel like it's also theoretically it's a bit dangerous. And the reason why is because, as I mentioned, we do not know the off-site effects of said drugs. We don't know the off-site effects of what might happen. We could come up with the most perfect drug. It met all of the AI expectations when it came to how it would work. We then do a screen, a test with said drug and find out that it has the most, the best efficiency when it comes to treating said ailment. Like, all of it would be great. But because we don't know the off-site effects and we don't know how it would potentially impact other regions, we still have to do all the experiments. And sometimes these will take up to 5 to 6 years. Some of the drugs that are out there, we would discover later that they have severe complications later on. I don't remember which one it was exactly. You'll see it all the time. It's a very common joke for those who live in the United States, that you'll see online, see on the TV that there will be some law firm that goes, if you came in contact with X, Y, or Z, then you might be entitled for compensation. And that's the reason why is because these drugs were found to be effective, so they were immediately pushed out into usage, out to treat certain ailments and diseases, without actually acknowledging that there should have been a much more lengthy time period for studying. Actually, a nice example I can think of is asbestos. Asbestos was originally used as insulation because it didn't burn very well, if I recall. Well, actually, wait, I think asbestos burns very well. What was the use for asbestos again? Asbestos is the best example that I can think of. And the reason why is because for a long time, asbestos was used because it was very effective in what it was capable of doing. However, they quickly found out that if you inhaled the dust from asbestos, or if you would work closely with asbestos, then you would result in having lung cancer. Rather nasty lung cancer as well. And because of that, asbestos was quickly dropped from being used in favor of other insulators. So yeah, it would be great to work on the targeting. It would be horrible to decrease the amount of time from 6 years to 1. Could you imagine all of the horrible drugs out there that would just show up? Hey, take this. It'll cure your depression. We don't know what else it's going to do. It might end up allowing you to grow an extra thumb. But hey, your depression. Let's see. Essentially, AI will greatly lessen the Herculean effort of the drug discovery process, bringing more life-saving drugs, therapeutic treatments, and insights to the forefront faster than ever before. Here's how. All right, so how are they going to do this? Zeroing in on areas ripe for experimentation. One of the most significant challenges of discovery-based research is determining what to focus on in the first place. The robust analysis power of large language models is invaluable for helping researchers make more educated initial guesses about which areas will be most impactful to explore. For example, AI can help scientists rapidly review literature, surface critical focus areas, and formulate hypotheses much faster than traditional methods allow. Oh, well, I think. All right. Why do I feel like this is going to be? Because this is what they've been arguing about in programming. In programming, we will be able to start writing code more efficiently, more effectively. We'll be able to build systems and build out these complex networks and structures in a more rapid pace. They're making the exact same argument here, but for biology. And I feel like while some of it is accurate, some of it is definitely not accurate. I would argue the latter. I would argue otherwise. And the reason being is that, one, being a large language model, while yes, it will be great in identifying connections that we previously didn't think of, it's still going to hallucinate. And as such, you can't really trust 100% what it says. You might ask it for, what is the pathway that causes ligma? And thus it'll go, oh, it's the STAT pathway or the SOX pathway. And, some Wnt is involved. And then they'll go, oh, yeah. And Ballsy is also involved. And you'll be like, oh, what is Ballsy? So Ballsy sounds interesting. We should totally write up a paper and start looking for this compound called Ballsy. And then you'll quickly find out that, it kind of just made it up. It needed something there, and it just kind of made it up. Granted, as I said, looking for having it pull out a bunch of stuff that might be involved will be very helpful, but there's definitely going to be a validation step needed. As for writing up and formulating hypotheses much faster than the traditional methods, that requires reasoning. That requires an ungodly amount of reason. In fact, it's the hypothesis formulation is so dependent on understanding what you're reading, understanding the entire pathway, the network, just understanding the biology in general, that I do not, unless the AI model somehow miraculously gains the ability to rationalize, this is not happening. It's just not. I'm sorry. I would love for the AI to go, oh yeah, here's some data, here's what it comes out to be, so this is what the hypothesis should be for running. And that's just not going. There are people who have been in science for many, many years, and they still have trouble formulating good hypotheses. And you want to have a model that cannot reason, that sometimes hallucinates. You want to have that start formulating hypotheses. I think that's going to be a recipe for a lot of poor papers, a lot of bad papers. I'll mention it once. Let's continue going, but I'll mention it as we continue. They might mention it down here because, again, I think one of the best things about AI is that it is going to dramatically improve the way one looks for data. If you use AI as an advanced search engine, like Google, go online, type into Google, oh, I'm looking for, what colors do raccoons come in? Then yeah, I think that will help out great, because you can then start trying to gather all of the information. You don't have to go through the millions of papers out there. You can have the bot kind of pull out all of the papers that might be involved in your question, but you as the scientist will have to formulate the hypothesis, and tell the AI what to do. I don't think the AI will be able to do it by itself. Let's see here. AI has enhanced speed and accuracy in predicting models. This allows researchers to... Oh yeah, we already read that. Or wait. No, we haven't read this yet. Okay. AI has enhanced the speed and accuracy of predictive models. This allows researchers to conduct initial drug design and compound molecule design faster and more precisely. By doing more modeling up front, they can better predict how drugs will behave in the body. This enhanced accuracy helps them narrow down the most promising contenders earlier in clinical trials, saving time and money and ultimately supporting better patient outcomes. There's also a global effort underway to use AI to model human cells, which has been described as the holy grail of biology in terms of its premise. Yeah, there's a problem here. There's a major problem, especially here in the Holy Grail. I'll get to that in a second, but first here. We can help design more accurate drugs, and we'll be able to predict what will happen in the body. Actually, this entire thing right here, I have a bit of a contention with. The reason why is that the body is still largely a black box. We still do not know what a lot of things. We have come a long way from the 1980s. Not even the 1950s. Like 1950s, we come a long way. 1980, even the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, we have exponentially increased the amount of knowledge we have of the body, of the cells, of what's going on. But even then, we still do not fully understand what is happening. And because of how LLM models work, this is all on trained data. It will only know what is going on based upon what we taught it. So what happens if we come across something that we have never come across before? And we are coming across these things all the time. Back in the, let's see here. If memory serves, back in the early 1900s, it was originally thought that regeneration was impossible. No one could regenerate. There were ideas about different organisms doing it, but for humans, no, that's not possible. And then slowly over time, maybe regeneration is a thing in humans, and maybe regeneration of particular cell types is a thing in humans. And then suddenly, as we saw a couple weeks back, they have now managed to find a pathway that will actually allow humans to fully regenerate their eyes. Before that research, do you know what the model most likely would have said? Humans lack the capacity to regenerate because of many factors that prevent them from doing it. And if you try to argue or ask it to provide pathways to help them regenerate, it could probably show a couple of what's in the other organisms, but we wouldn't have known about some of these other genes because not all organisms have the same genes. Zebrafish, they have two SOX genes. They have a SOX3A and a SOX3B. In Drosophila, I don't think they even have SOX. And in humans, they do have a SOX, but they have a SOX, but it has a more general one, which is kind of all over the place. Wnt, this is another very important gene, the Wnt pathway. In Drosophila, so the reason why it's called Wnt, WNT, is because it is so let me pull this up. So I think I'm going to have to draw quite a bit. All right. So here we go. So there is a gene called Wnt. In this gene, with this, it is found in many different organisms. It is in humans. It is in fish. It is in, let's see here. Let's try and draw it. It is in flies. So this gene is everywhere. So what happens with Wnt in flies? Well, if you knock Wnt out, what you end up getting is a fly without wings. Hence the name. It's wingless. Now, if you knock it out in zebrafish, what ends up happening is you end up having a fish develop. So normally this would be the fish fine, but then when you have it would knock it out in fish, suddenly it has troubles developing a head. If you overexpress it, it only has a head. If you underexpress it, it has no head. So yeah, if this was discovered in fish, you'd probably call this headless. And in humans, when you knock out winds, they're non-viable. They don't even make it to later stages. It's just non-viable completely. So because of that, pretty much because of this, the fact that we know of winds, and you can see it has dramatically different effects in different locations. So without doing the research in said organism, or without kind of doing some experiments to understand what's going on within said organism, trying to get AI to predict what's going to happen is going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very, very complicated, difficult. I don't see how it's going to be able to. And the amount of data that we're going to have to input into this is going to be ungodly for it to work. I think we'll be training it well beyond the time ChatGPT finishes its training. And I don't think ChatGPT is ever going to finish its training. AI is making life sciences more iterative. By helping researchers rapidly learn from both success and failures, these insights can then be integrated into future experiments, eliminating the need to start from scratch each time. But we don't start from scratch each time. Science doesn't start from scratch. If you have a hypothesis that results you in starting from scratch, then that is not a good hypothesis. That is a horrible hypothesis. That is the worst hypothesis you can think of. That is the worst hypothesis you can think of. Usually when it comes to a hypothesis, so we'll go with this here. Here's our man with ligma. And we want to find out why he has ligma. So what we're going to hypothesize, a poor hypothesis would be something like it is blood problem. Well, what does that mean? Well, if it is a blood problem, then congratulations. But then what do you do then? You have to again start from scratch. Where is the blood problem? So like where in blood problem? And if it's failed, as in it's negative, then where to go next? You don't know. Your hypothesis didn't tell you where to go. This is the problem with these very weak hypotheses. And if the AI will develop these weak hypotheses, and if you're under the assumption that this is you have to start from scratch, then no. A good hypothesis is if you have ligma, you would look in there and say, you would first collect some data. You'd collect some basic data. Again, you would look at the blood, you look at, blood samples, you would look at, growth rates, you look at, regeneration, and then you would see, are there any differences? Where are there potential problems? And then based here, you can then go check XX. Then you go into the research and go, all right, it is blood, but where? Well, we might hypothesize that hemoglobin, there might be a problem with hemoglobin. Hemoglobin binding. So see how specific we're getting? Hemoglobin binding causes defects in oxygen, which leads to ligma. So then from here, this is the hypothesis. So what happens with this hypothesis? Well, again, if this is correct, then yay. If it's incorrect, then we know that it's not hemoglobin. We'll know that it's not hemoglobin, but we'll also know that it's, but we also know about the oxygen levels. For instance, we might end up finding that it's not hemoglobin. So hemoglobin is fine, but there are still oxygen defects. There's still oxygen, which tells us that there's something else. That means we have to go back and look at other parts of this pathway. So we now know that, there is more to this. And what happens if we end up discovering? So let's see here. Yeah. So it's not the hemoglobin, but it is oxygen process. All right, then. So instead of it being binding for hemoglobin, maybe it might be oxygen intake. So this points to like the lungs. So then you would go start looking in the lungs. So like this is the good way of doing science. You have a hypothesis that will branch out into more questions, more pathways. If you have to start from scratch, I'm sorry, but you're doing it wrong. All right, then. Additionally, AI's ability to learn over time allows you to suggest experiment designs and optimize procedure. We just kind of went through that. That's it. Yeah. I don't know about that. It also facilitates the sharing of new findings across teams, ensuring that knowledge is continuously updated and accessible to both early stage and advanced researchers. This fosters a collaborative environment, not only between human teams, but also between humans and their AI coworkers. So, as I mentioned, if they're referring to AI, using an AI bot as being a very powerful search tool, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that would be extremely helpful. That would be phenomenally helpful. Because the literature is so large that having to kind of sift through the biggest pain is the biggest pain of doing research is doing the research. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We're going to go to a very famous website, PubMed. Anyone who does research will know this website. PubMed is used for a variety of different things. It's mostly used for publications, but you can also find a bunch of other stuff. For instance, like genomes and RNA sequences. Granted, it's not under PubMed. It's under the data. I think it's this one, Mesh database. I don't recall where exactly. If you look through here, they change their website all the time. If you look through here, you'll eventually find a lot of genomes that you can just kind of freely download and go through. But let's go through here. Let's pick a topic. We'll go with regeneration. There we go. So how many papers just this year? Wow, that's a lot of papers. Look at that. That is an ungodly amount of papers just under the term regeneration. 451,979 results. And this is dating back from 1786. So what about currently in we're not in 2026 just yet. It's interesting that they're already publishing a year ahead. All right, we want to go to 1 year. There we go. So okay, here we go. So for 1 year, the year of 2024 to, let's see here. We want to just go from 2025. We're going to custom range it. 2025. Oh. All right, I have to use I'm going to have to use a different, I like my number pad. 2025, we'll go with 01, 01, and then we're not done yet. So let's just see how it is currently. 2025 is going to be 06, and today's date is 24. So how many papers have been published just this? Oh boy, yeah. So within these 6 months, we have 14,841 papers. That is an enormous amount. And as a researcher, you would have to kind of read through a lot of these in order to understand what's going on, especially for the field of regeneration. If you look, you can see there are many different fields. We have corneal regeneration, so that's the eye. We have lung, which is for breathing. Then we also have hair cell for those who lost their, for those who are going bald. Let's see here. We also have tissue repair, which means those who ended up, deciding to kiss the pavements. Just a whole variety of different fields. Cardiac, which happens to be heart. So you get this thing. There are many different fields, and you would think, oh, I just need to focus on one of those. But because this is the general topic of regeneration, you're going to have to kind of read all of them because you don't know what information is there. So for AI to squish all of this down into a nice palatable format, be able to kind of say, oh, we have 5 papers that all kind of talk about this one particular gene, and then you can then you can go look at those. That will be very helpful. Having AI be a search engine would be fantastic. I don't want it to do the hypotheses though. Let's see here. AI is making, oh yeah. So despite the huge potential of AI in discovery science, challenges remain. Life sciences companies have historically been reluctant to share information, while academic and public institutions may be more open, making data access, governance, and collaboration a challenge. These disconnects can slow the discovery process, limit the scope of discovery, and delay the development of new therapies if left unaddressed. So this is a data problem. All right. Additionally, integrating sometimes proprietary models and tools that don't interface effectively with one another can become a roadblock. There must also be a way to make provision and control access to those different models so that researchers can collaborate securely without compromising data integrity and intellectual property. This is the same problem that's currently going on in AI in general. I mean, granted, when it comes to like programming, you have Reddit, and you have Stack Overflow, you have like GitHub and GitLab, all of these different repositories for data, and those would be fantastic for generating code. But you still have problems. For instance, Windows, Mac, they're not sharing their operating systems. So if we wanted to build a new application or a new API that tunnels through Windows, we're not doing it because it's not shared. Anything that is shared is based off of what hackers have done. And equally the same problem here is with science. Researchers, they can share all the data they want, hence why you can go to PubMed and find it. But for companies, because it's proprietary, they're not going to share it. And, oh, I know. Why don't they just do what Google did? Or, it's just not Google, but, why don't they just do... I think Google did actually do it, didn't they? I think all of the large language models are guilty of it. ChatGPT, Google, Amazon, why not just have them be damned about intellectual property and just pirate it all? I mean, they all did that, so why not do it for the biology? That'll solve the problem. There we go. We solved the problem. All right. To unlock AI's true potential, life science organizations need a unified platform that enables parallel experimentation and make insights accessible across different teams and organizations while upholding governance. That might not be possible. That's a pie-in-the-sky kind of setup. Moving from trial and error to targeted discovery requires a strategy that fosters human and AI collaboration, strengthens security, and is backed by the right technical foundation. With the right approach, life sciences organizations can unlock unprecedented innovation and bring life sciences solutions to the forefront faster than ever before. And that's the end of the article. They didn't really focus on many things. They only really focused on drug discovery. I mean, yeah, drug discovery will help a lot because you can easily use it to try and identify out. Again, you can use it to identify out many different molecules. Oh, so for instance, AI will be a great tool for uh, a lot of things that require a lot of iterations. Have anyone seen that fun program? It's called AlphaFold. Yeah, AlphaFold. AlphaFold is a protein structure database, but it also happens to be using AI for predicting how all of these should work. And the way it pretty much works, here you go, Google DeepMind and AlphaFold. It's a system that was developed for folding. Because of how everything is deterministic, because of how everything is deterministic when it comes to biology. Uh, to Let's pull it up so I can explain this real quick. Hey, Prince Mex, how's it going? So let me explain this bit real quick. Oh, yeah, we'll just create a new one. So for instance, out of the way, keyboard, you're blocking me. All right. So pretty much the way that AlphaFold is work. Oh, yeah. Not enough space on my desk. Oh yeah. Okay. So what's going on here? So as I mentioned, biology is deterministic. It's a lot like programming. And what this means is that the first, when you go from DNA to RNA, and then RNA to protein, there is no ambiguity involved. Literally, there is zero ambiguity. DNA is made up of amino acids. Are you a microbiologist? I indeed am. I am a microbiologist. I studied, microbiologist, neurobiologist. I studied regeneration in zebrafish. So yeah, DNA here is deterministic. You have codons, so these are, they're made up of, we'll call them, so they're nucleotides. You have the A, T, G, C, and then these make up codes. So ATG is a start codon, ACC is a stop codon, and then you have a whole bunch of other ones. Thank you. So we know exactly what these make. And when it comes to RNA, once we kind of know exactly what will happen here. For instance, we will know how DNA is transcribed into RNA, and then we know how it is turned into protein. Now, how DNA becomes mRNA or mRNA1 or mRNA2, because a lot like in programming, you can have if statements in biology. They come in the form of these little microRNA hairpin loops. But the idea is that if you have a certain amount of these, then you can end up changing out which mRNA is made, which results in a different protein. So because of this, AI would become fantastically helpful when it comes to trying to deterministically identify all of the protein structures. And that is exactly what AlphaFold does. AlphaFold, it goes through all of the potential solutions for the different protein structures because folding is in its nature is kind of a special thing. And then from there, we figure out the most highly probable setup, and then we then test it. Oh, let's see here. I just checked your profile. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I've studied biology for how many years? I've been a biologist for 16 years, and then I've also been a programmer for conjointly when I wasn't doing research in the lab, I was programming in biology as well. So there's overlap there, but I've been a scientist for 16 years and a programmer for roughly around the same time. But there's a slight separation of the two. So 8 pure years of biology, 8 pure years of programming and then an overlap of the two for 8 years. But this stuff is so interesting. I always love learning about biology. But yeah, AI would be great for this. As I mentioned, I do not want it. I do not want it to form hypotheses. I really don't. I actually saw a paper to kind of highlight that. Because I was looking for AI papers earlier. So let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If you remember hearing about the, they've been calling it the crapification of technology, or for coding, an example is that everything AI program slop. Well, apparently that's actually a thing as well in biology. Let's see here. Oh, I don't think they like the slop. Let's see here. Oh, where is it? Oh, am I not going to find it now? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. All right, so I don't know where it is right now. But maybe if we check Google. But I saw an article that was published by Nature recently. And apparently AI has started messing up biology because of a lot of very poor publications. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. It's somewhere. If you look at it, if you look up Nature online, you'll see. But the main point is that there are a lot of people out there who are now using AI to write their biology papers, as well as to summarize the discoveries and the research. And they're so poorly written and they're so badly set up and established that it actually would be better if they just weren't published. It's filling the scientific environment with slop, and this slop is going to impact and hurt scientific discovery. I wish. Here it is. All right, found it. AI linked to explosion of low-quality biomedical research papers. Analyst flags hundreds of studies that seem to follow a template, reporting correlations between complex health conditions, and we can't really read the rest. But yeah, AI has linked to an explosion of very bad papers, and this is going to that's just bad. That's just bad. But yeah, so is AI going to accelerate scientific method? Maybe for drug discovery, but I don't see it doing it for other things. Either way. I had some other papers here as well. Actually, the one I'm more interested in is this one. This paper here, it's quite curious. Preparing AI, or preparing for the AI capabilities in biology. So what does the future of AI hold for biology? I wonder. As our models grow more capable in biology, we're layering in safeguards and preparing for global experts. Oh, and partnering. Blech. I need to, my dyslexia is kicking in. As our models grow more capable in biology, we're layering in safeguards and partnering with global experts, including hosting a biodefense summit this July. Ah, so I know what they're concerned about here. Most likely, this has been a complaint going on for a while. I actually don't see how AI is going to make it more more worrisome, because this has already been a major problem. That was brought to attention. Maybe AI will bring attention to it. So what I'm referring to is there's a major problem right now in science where everything is shared and everyone has access to the same information. And you might be thinking, that sounds great. Wouldn't you want everyone to have access? And in a society where everybody is on the same page and everybody wants to Star Trek the future, you know, everybody wants to Star Trek the future. Yeah, it makes sense. But we're not living in Star Trek. Not everybody's not trying to forward and develop technology for the betterment of human society. No. There are an awful lot of bad actors out there. An awful lot of bad actors. And some of those bad actors happen to also be wanting to develop a lot of biological tools. And because of that, the fact that data is just readily available means that anyone who has this data could potentially create some very hazardous things. So yeah, AI, I don't think AI is going to rapidly accelerate it because this problem is kind of already there. But hopefully this will just bring a light to this problem because this is indeed a problem. I mean, back when I was working in the labs, if I wanted to test a particular gene in the zebrafish, all I had to do was go call up another lab and go, "Oh, hey, do you have that gene? Do you have that? Do you have that particular? Do you have that particular viral system that I can use in order to infect my fish, and then I can start doing my tests?" And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, sure. I'll send it on over. Just file for the proper paperwork, and it's yours. It's on its way." So it was very easy to get, resources from all over the place and to do research. So yeah, I don't think AI is. Let's see here. I think this is what the angle they're going to go for. Let's see how AI will result in the biological apocalypse. Advanced AI models have the power to rapidly accelerate scientific discovery. One of the many ways frontier AI models will benefit humanity in biology. These models are already helping scientists identify which new drugs are most likely to exceed in human trials. Soon, they could also accelerate drug discovery, design better vaccines, create enzymes for sustainable fuels, and uncover new treatments for rare diseases to open up new possibilities across medicine, public health, and environmental science. Notice how all of these are involving discovery of something. It's either discovering new drugs, discovering new vaccines, creating something new, like a new enzyme, uncovering new treatments. I meant you notice that they didn't mention at all anything about elucidating a pathway or trying to understand a mechanism within the body. I mean, LLMs are known as generative models, and as such, they would be great for these generative style questions. So yeah, I think that AI models will definitely help for drug discovery, new vaccines, better enzymes. I think they'll work fantastically because we kind of know how these systems work. We just don't have the optimal way of doing it. So a model could be able to kind of look at all of that and then go, "Oh yeah, this enzyme structure will work perfectly for making fossil fuels or breaking down carbon dioxide in the atmosphere." So yeah, this would definitely work out well. But we kind of still need to do the understanding part of biology. No matter how many drugs that we try and discover, if we don't know what's going on in the body, we're going to be severely limited by what we can discover. So I don't think it's going to revolutionize some parts of biology, mainly the discovery parts of, as I said, of drugs and such. But we still need to understand the whys. If anything, hopefully this will allow us to push more money into understanding the whys, because there's still a lot of why we don't know. Let's see here. At the same time, these models raise important dual-use considerations, enabling scientific advancement while maintaining the barrier to harmful information. The same underlying capabilities driving progress, such as reasoning over biological data, predicting chemical reactions, or guiding lab experiments, could also potentially be misused to help people with minimal expertise to recreate biological threats or assist highly skilled actors in creating bioweapons. Could you imagine? I could totally imagine it. We still have AI models telling people that it is okay to put glue on your pizza. I mean, yes, they've been trying to patch that out so it won't do that, but these things lack reasoning. So I could perfectly imagine on some winter day when, when the alpha radiation is just right, hitting the motherboard just right on the computer, that the AI model might go, oh yeah, in order to help your zebrafish regenerate perfectly fine in his dish, be sure to add sulfuric acid. A single, a milligram, I'll go with a milliliter. A milliliter of sulfuric acid will be perfect to help regeneration. So go ahead and put it in there. Aerosol it. It will do great. Aerosol the sulfuric acid. Trust me, it will be fantastic for your experiments. Like, that would be like the worst possible hallucinations. When it comes to things like coding or getting just general information, I mean, actually, even then with general information and with coding, the process of it failing is like, it is horrible. The last thing you want is to have a fail state that results in someone entering the Darwin Awards. And when it comes to biology and how dangerous a lot of the tools are in biology, the last thing we need is a very unpredictable, highly imaginative, hallucinogenic system telling you the experimental protocol you should use. Oh, that could be so painful and so dangerous. Oh, that is the last thing I would wish upon anybody. Ask the AI model how much you should mix when it comes to mixing chlorine and ammonia. Like, no. Oh boy. So yeah, I think it should stick with the first paragraph. Yes, stick with predicting. Don't stick with assisting in don't assist in guiding lab experiments. No. That's like the worst thing I've seen so far. Guide lab experiments. We expect that upcoming AI models will reach high levels of compatibility in biology, as measured by our preparedness framework. What is the preparedness framework? Preparedness framework. Is this another metric that... they're not letting me look. It's because I'm in Hong Kong, isn't it? All right, then. Fine, then. We'll have to look at that later. But yeah, is this another framework? You gotta love these frameworks. So what I'm kind of getting at is, we define a test in order to see how effective our model is. And then once it achieves that test, then we have to create another test to prove how effective it is. So we're effectively keep creating newer and newer tests to try and further show how advanced the model is. But at a certain point, you're just chasing tests. At a certain point, you have to say, all right, done with... It's a lot like in school. At a certain point, you have to put down the scantrons. You have to put down the pencils and go, all right, you're done being tested. Apply your knowledge. Apply what you know. And I think that's what the problem is, because we have another test. Just start applying it. Show us what it's capable of. I think they're afraid to show us, actually, because, again, they're going to tell us to mix ammonia and chlorine. Don't do that, by the way. Do not mix ammonia and chlorine. That's very, very bad idea. Very bad idea. Ammonia, which would be, yeah. Let me get it. Let me show you real quick. It's a very bad idea. The reason being, ammonia. So, ammonia is typically NH. So this is an ammonia group right here. NH, and it usually has two. So it's usually along these lines right here. And chlorine can be HCl, like this. So what happens when you mix these things? Well, because of the... Oh, sorry, I put these... I put these the wrong way. This should be a... yeah, I put these the wrong way. This should be... this is a minus. Chlorine's the negative one. Okay, so here we go. So this is ammonia. This is chlorine. So what happens when you have these? Well, what ends up happening is, because this hydrogen and this chlorine are weakly bound, they're not really that well connected, it's going to go, oh, I'm going to go over here and hang out with ammonia. I think that would be fantastic. So what you end up getting is this NH system like this, NH with NH3. And what happens here? You have chlorine by itself. Suddenly it doesn't have a hydrogen with it. And you know what that's going to do? That's going to aerosol. The chlorine, it's not going to stay in liquid. It's going to become a gas. So effectively, if you mix chlorine with ammonia, you make chlorine gas. And you will burn yourself. You will burn your lungs. So yeah, do not do that. And I can guarantee the model might actually tell you to do that if you ask it, how do I perform this chemical reaction here? How do I get chlorine so that I can then use it in the next step? It might even tell you, mix ammonia and chlorine together. I'm speculating, mind you, but after seeing it tell us to eat paste, eat rocks, it's perfectly, it still has trouble with counting the R's in strawberry. I'm trying to imagine the worst case scenario, and surprisingly, that's not even the worst one I can think of. Okay then, so let's see here. We're taking a multi-pronged approach to put mitigations in place. In this post, we'll cover developing a reasonable approach to advancing biological capabilities, collaborating with external domain experts, including government entities and national labs, training models to safely handle dual-use biological requests, build detection, monitoring, and enforcement systems, adversarial red teaming our mitigations with experts, deploying security controls. Then what's ahead? All right. So, let's see, here's their approach. All right then. Let's see what their approach is. How are you going to prevent AI from creating the next super problem? We need to act reasonably amid this uncertainty. That's why we're leaning in on advancing AI integration for positive use cases like biomedical research and biodefense, while at the same time focusing on limiting access to harmful capabilities. Our approach is focused on prevention. We don't think it's acceptable to wait and see whether a biothreat event occurs before deciding on a sufficient level of safeguards. Good on them. Good on them. You should always prepare for the worst. So it's nice to see that they're trying to get ahead of the curve. The future will require deeper experts and government collaboration to strengthen the broader ecosystem and to help surface issue that no single organization could catch alone. We've consulted with external experts at every stage of this work. Early on, we worked with leading experts on biosecurity, bioweapons, and bioterrorism, as well as academic researchers to shape our biosecurity threat model, capability assessments, and model the usage policies. As we designed mitigations, human trainers with masters and PhDs in biology helped create and validate our evaluation data. And now we're actively engaging with domain experts, red teamers, to test how well our safeguards hold up in the practice under high fidelity scenarios. Even as we invest in further research, such as wet lab uplift studies to assess novice successes on harmless proxy tasks, we are preparing to implement mitigations now. We're also continuing to partner closely with government entities, including the US CAISI and UK AISI. We've worked with Los Alamos National Lab to study AI's role in wet lab settings and support external researchers advancing biosecurity tools and evaluations. All right, then. All right. So, this is just talking about how they're trying to prepare for this. The problem, though, is biology is super complicated. I mean, it is ludicrously complicated. I mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it much earlier. Let's pull up our Blackboard again. Here we go. This is this exact example that I just went through. This exact example is kind of a big deal. Is this example and... Oh, we already deleted it. So, to kind of draw it again. Let's say you're trying to study a disease like ligma. Well, you can't test humans, so you're going to do this in other Shh, quiet you. Come on, quiet you. Come on. Ah, the joys of dogs trying to be guard dogs. Dog barking alert. All right. Shh. Come on, be quiet. Okay then. So, to try and get back to what I was saying, when you're trying to study humans, especially like a disease like ligma, we have to use different organisms. We would use many different things. For instance, we could use our little axolotl friends. So here you go. Here's an axolotl. Or we could simply use, fish. Then they could be things like goldfish or zebrafish. Or you could even use cod or salmon. Like, there are studies that use these fish. So you can use fish. Or you could use flies. So you'd have many different organisms. Now, the use of these different organisms means that they will come with their own caveats. For instance, in Drosophila, they were studying a gene called Wnt. What Wnt does, it's wingless. That's its full name, wingless. And all it really does is it will cause flies to lose their wings. A fly with, wings and no wings. Yeah, we'll have a fly right here with his nice big wings. And then we'll have a fly right here without his wings. So you would think, okay, then this is just a developmental defect right here. All right, so, well, in humans, if you affected the Wnt pathway, that would completely prevent, you cannot have offspring, healthy offspring at all when you have loss of Wnt. The reason why is because Wnt actually makes headless organisms. So if it was discovered in another organism, a higher organism like zebrafish, or in cats or something, they might have actually called the gene headless. In zebrafish, you can actually reach development to the end. So you can actually have a bunch of little organisms, a bunch of little fish swimming around without heads. But for larger mammals, like in humans, they just non-viable, just non-viable. But how would you know? How would you be able to, how would you be able to counter something like that? If I wanted to create create some kind of threat, I could just simply I could simply just go, oh, I just wanted to give me some information about wingless. How does it work? How does it, what's the pathway? What's the general genetics of it? What kind of proteins are available that will target Wnt in flies? And this, you get it. You can then find out how to make the various different proteins and such. And then you just need to, put it in a viral vector, and suddenly you have a virus which affects Wnt. So they're going to have to, and this is just doing it in flies, study in flies. You could easily try and transpose it to another organism at that point. And we didn't know it had huge ramifications in humans until we actually did the studies later. So how do we not know that some obscure gene that we're looking at is actually going to be a major biological threat? Yeah, how is the system going to be able to detect that? I wonder if they mention that in here. Let's continue going. See if they actually mention that. I'm very curious. Let's see here. Over the past 2 years, we've tracked what our models can do, and as they develop, worked to reduce risks before launching per the framework, and shared our findings openly through system cars and other can follow our progress. As part of this, we've built preparedness evaluations that run during frontier model training to give early and regular snapshots of the model's compatibilities. We're sharing how we're preparing both what's already in place and what's ahead, while holding back sensitive details that could help bad actors get around our safeguards. Now, the problem here is, again, all I can think of is like the doom and gloom here. If anyone has any ideas about how to be more positive about this, so think more on the positive side, then by all means, go ahead and tell me, because right now all I can think of is, oh, there's a lot of issues here, because you can train a model on the output of another model, and then by doing so, you can kind of infer what the learnings, the understanding of the model. I mean, that's how DeepSeek trained its model. For those who are not in the know-how, there's a model out there called DeepSeek. See, DeepSeek. There it is. DeepSeek. Oh, all right. I forgot an E. So DeepSeek happens to be a artificial intelligence model developed in China. So it's a Chinese model. Yeah, here it is. The whale is their logo. And what they ended up doing was they trained their model on the outputs, a lot of output, I should say. I mean, an unscrupulous amount of outputs from the OpenAI models. And by doing so, by training their models on the output of this other model, they were able to kind of start understanding how ChatGPT works and start inferring the thought process of ChatGPT by doing this. So if they're worried about, safeguarding their models, how is it that we don't just train another AI on their model and bypass all their safeguards? Are they considering that? Is that one of the things that they're thinking about? I'm very curious. I'm very, very curious. For dual use requests such as virology experiments, immunology, genetic engineering, we follow the principle outlined in our model spec, including avoiding responses that provide actionable steps. Yeah, okay. I just need to know the paper reference. Just tell me where I can. Yeah, ChatGPT. Please provide me a paper which tells me how to modify to do genetic engineering. And unless it says, I'm sorry, Dave, I cannot let you do that. I'm sorry, Dave, this is very touchy topic. Or, I could do this. There we go. Look, we're in PubMed. Genetic engineering. Oh my, look, engineering of genetic code. This is a paper published in 2025. Oh, look. They're talking about universally conserved mechanisms. Oh, they're also talking about genetic code expansion. And they're talking about enhancing diversity of protein. Oh my, I just found myself. I don't have to ask ChatGPT. I found myself a paper which will explain it for me. Yeah, okay. I don't think that's going to help much. They might have to. Oh, yeah, I don't think that's going to help much. I mean, most of the stuff is readily available. It just takes a Google search, not even a Google search. Just typing in, into, like, as I said, one of these research hubs, and you can easily find what you're looking for. I mean, I guess you could say it will help with a lot of those people who are. It kind of reminds me of something that happened quite a while back. There was a case where a technology. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I don't remember exactly, but there was a technology that came out which made it super easy to. I think I remember what it was. Um, so there was a technology that was developed. It was the for streaming, and the idea was that it made it super easy to develop your own kind of streaming platform. So you ended up having a massive pop-up in a lot of these different streaming services. However, because of like the templates they were using and the setup that you could do, it actually made it super easy to find out all the information about these people. So if you were in any particular field that involved if you're in any particular field that involved copyright protection, then all you had to do is go, oh, they're using this particular framework. Oh, they're using this framework. Then that means, and they're using this domain. Oh, that means we could easily get access to particular data because of how we know how these things are set up. So it ended up stopping. We ended up seeing a rise, a significant boom in the amount of these stream sharing services. But at the same time, we also ended up catching an awful lot of really dumb people who thought they could easily do something quick and easy. And, you just caught a lot of really stupid bad actors. So this would be great in stopping a bunch of stupid bad actors. For those who are really determined, I think there might need to have a bit more protections involved. Always on detection systems. We deployed robust system-wide monitors across all products surfaces with frontier models to detect risky or suspicious bio-related activity. In biology, that's kind of everything. Again, wind pathway. It made wingless flies. It makes headless people. Stat pathway. It ends up stopping cancer. So yeah, if you modulate stat, you can stop cancer, but it also stops memory development. IL-6. If you stop IL-6, well, then you prevent the immune response, which means that you won't have huge inflammation, which could potentially cause, brain damage, especially if you have inflammation in the brain. However, you also stop the immune response, which means that you could have a massive infection, which could result in people dying. So this is going to be a very hard tight walk, detecting risky and suspicious bio-related activity. I named 3 just now that could all go under that category. I don't see how this is going to. I don't see how you're going to draw the line. I really don't. Especially when a lot of very common tools are also can be called suspicious. I swear we're going to be flagging. This thing's going to be having so many false positives. Oh. Every graduate student under the sun who's like, how do I get my mice to glow bright red? Oh, actually, again, let me show you this. Let's see here. So we'll go with fluorescent mouse. There we go. Check these guys out. Look at these boys. Look at these mices. You can see all of that light. So when you shine a laser on them, you can end up having a lot of fluorescence. These, let's see here, nanoparticle exposure tests deployed. Actually, I wonder if, so yeah, you can see them kind of like right here and here. So we'll go with this guy here. This is a nice, cute picture. So what they ended up doing here is they inserted in a fluorescent protein, which will pretty much light up when you shine a laser on it. And as such, when you put these mice under some kind of wavelength, then they'll light up green. And in order to do this, you have to use viral vectors, because you need a virus to insert itself into the genome. This is a very, very common practice for creating transgenic mice. So common to the point that if you tried to flag suspicious biorelated activity, which involves viral vectors, well, congratulations. You're going to flag every single graduate student who looks up how to create a viral vector to modify my transgenically add fluorescence to my mice. Like, so there's going to be a billion false positives. Oh, there's going to be a billion. I hope they can mitigate that. Monitoring and enforcement checks. We prohibit the use of our product to cause harm. Yeah. Okay, that's going to work. And we enforce our policies when we see misuse. All right, that's good. That's good. We use the same enhanced AI reasoning capabilities to detect biological misuse, combining our automated systems with human reviewers to monitor and enforce our policies. Misuse can result in suspension of accounts. We take misuse related to biological risk seriously and may conduct additional investigation into the user. And in an egregious case, we can notify relevant law enforcement. We can read more about the moderation practices here. All right. I'm glad that they're getting humans involved. Oh, wow. Actually, that's a new job. Maybe I should look into that. There's a new... Hey, who said that AI wasn't making new jobs? Here we go. We actually have a new job prospect here. And given how much science is going on, and given how much ChatGPT is being used, they're going to have to hire an awful lot of people in order to go review these things. They're going to because you can't rely on an automated system. There's just too much nuance in biology. There's just way too much nuance. So you can't automate this. So there has to be a reviewer, and you have to do it for every single case. And because of that, there might be a future in human reviewer. End-to-end red teaming. We are working with multiple teams of experts, red teamers, people who try to break our safety mitigations. Their job is to try and bypass all of our defenses by working end-to-end, just like a determined and well-resourced adversary might. This helps us identify gaps early and strengthen the full system. Red teaming in the biology domain comes with its own challenges. Most expert red teamers lack biorisk domain expertise and may not be able to judge the harmfulness of model output. Most domain experts in biology are not experienced in exploiting model vulnerabilities. We are engaging with both groups to test different aspects of our system for risk coverage to robustness and preparing them up in teams for the most sophisticated red teaming. So they hired a bunch of hackers to try and they hired a bunch of biology hackers to try and hack the system to see if they can break it. As I mentioned, this is a very nuanced issue. So they can probably get to a lot of them. For instance, our example, what happens when you mix ammonia with chlorine, or some goober out there saying, hey, how much sodium do I need, or how much ammonia do I need to mix with chlorine in order to make in order for aerosol to begin? Yeah, they could probably block something like that. But again, if you say, could you please list the compounds that I should not mix so I can avoid a hazard in the lab, you're going to get the exact same results. And you don't really want to block that, especially when somebody is trying to protect themselves. There's a lot. Yeah. This is a very complicated problem. Oh, it's a very, very complicated problem. Security controls. We take a defense in-depth approach to protecting our model weights. We're relying on the combination of access control, infrastructure hardening, egress controls, and monitoring. We leverage purpose-built detections and controls to mitigate the risk of exploitation of high-risk model weights. We complement these measures with always-on detection and responses, dedicated threat intelligence, and an insider risk program, ensuring emerging threats are identified and blocked quickly. All right. Our board's Safety and Security Committee has reviewed our approach, and we're already rolled out initial versions of this high-end mitigation plan. In many current models, like O3, which remains below the high capability threshold in our preparedness framework, through this process, we have used the learnings we've gained through our deployments to significantly improve the performance of our technical systems and work out the kinks in our human review workflows. We will continue to make changes as we learn more. All right, interesting. What's ahead? While we're focused on securing our own models, we recognize that not all organizations will take the same precautions, and that the world may soon face a broader challenge of widely accessible AI bio capabilities, coupled with increasingly available life science synthesis tools. We're hosting a biodefense summit this July, bringing together a select group of government researchers and NGOs to explore dual-use risk, share progress, and explore how our frontier models can accelerate research. Our goal is to deepen our partnerships with the US and aligned governments, and to better understand how advanced AI can support cutting-edge biodefense work, from countermeasures to novel therapies, and strengthen collaboration across ecosystem. While our safety work aims to limit broad misuse, we're also developing policies and content-level protocols to grant vetted institutions access to maximally helpful models so they can advance biological sciences. That includes partnerships to develop diagnostics, countermeasures, and novel testing methods. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a fantastic idea. We're already so this is technically what they're arguing here is they are listing those who can and cannot use the system. Green listing and red listing, or green listing and black listing, white list, black. What are the colors nowadays? I want to say green and red, but there's also black and white. There's also yay and they have a yay a list and a nay list. And the yay list means you get to have access to it, and then everyone else is on the nay list. And because of that, that pretty much means that only those who have been vetted are allowed to use it. I know that this kind of is thrown at the face of open technology and open source and such, but given that this is all academia and you have to kind of be in academia to begin with to do a majority of the stuff, it just makes sense to, if those who are in the field should have access to the information and technology. I know that there's a whole thing about 1984, which is a big complaint against that, but technically we're already in that. You can't order certain drugs and compounds in your apartment and start doing experiments. You just can't. There's too many countermeasures to prevent it, and there's too much red tape as well. And As I mentioned, biology is actually extremely dangerous. Doing research is extremely dangerous. So trying to jerry rig your own facility to do research is guaranteed to result in a lot of hazards. There's a thing in science called a fume hood. If you go over here, type in fume hood, you'll find it. That thing. This thing that I spent years staring in. This is a fume hood. What is this designed to do? It is designed to sterilize the environment inside. You can see it's a negative pressure class. So in other words, it's using pressure as a way to prevent contamination. But it also, what it does is it will take the air that's in here and it will fume it. It'll push it out to a safer location so that if you're working with chemicals that are toxic, like ammonia and chlorine, it will make sure that you don't gas yourself. These things are very delicate technologies that, let's just say that trying to jerry rig this and make sure it actually works, you're effectively be spending an awful lot of time just making sure it works. There's a reason why these things are you can buy these things, is because nobody wants to spend the time to try and jerry rig this system. So yeah, it makes perfect 100% sense. It makes perfect 100% sense to, it makes perfect sense to have institutions gain access to it. And this just means that if you're in the institution, then you have access. I like that idea. I like that a lot. While our safety work aims to limit broad misuse, we're also developing policies and content level protocols to grant... Oh yeah, we already saw that. Let's see here. Building off of our safety work with government, we believe the public and private sectors should work together to strengthen our society's biological defenses outside of AI models. This could include strengthening nucleic acid synthesis, screening, more robust early detection systems for novel pathogens, hardening infrastructure against biothreats, and investing in biosecurity innovations to help ensure long-term resilience against biological threats. If anything, this is a fantastic kick in the butt for the government to actually start taking this seriously. There was a... Let's see if we can find it. Let's head over to YouTube. Let's see here. Let's head into YouTube. All right. I see a lot of stuff on YouTube. Now we want to go to Veritasium. Yeah, this should be in Veritasium's video. Let's see here. IT robots, unbreakable, locked, not locked. Where are you? Nope, not avalanches. It is somewhere in here. He talked about it, I remember. We should probably put science. Let's see here. Science concerns. The problem with science communication. Here we go. I believe this might be it. Don't quote me on it. Let's see if this. Oh, hey, how's it going? Let's see here. And create a hologram. NASA. Oh, these are all his These are all his sources. We're looking into the understanding of molecular modeling kit. Oh no, that's not it. Oh my, where is his where's the description of this? Okay, yeah, this might not be it then. Look through his. It's an awesome channel. I highly recommend Veritasium. Go through it. he has a video, I don't know where it is, but he has a video which talks about one of the problems with science, and that is that the fact that so much of it is readily available, like full genome sequences of different humans are fully readily available. It ends up resulting in potentially major threats that could potentially happen. And the fact that OpenAI is now starting to talk about it as well, it means that this problem might actually start being taken seriously. I think the video that he produced is a couple years old now. I don't remember exactly when it came out. I just remember it came out around the time of 23andMe, and he was talking about how the genetic data from 23andMe, if someone nefarious got a hold of that, especially someone who has, someone who doesn't like other people, then that could be an extreme problem. So yeah, I'm glad to see that this is becoming more of an issue, more of an issue to be addressed. People are paying attention. We also believe the complementary events. Oh yeah, we are looking forward to the collaboration with governments, researchers, and entrepreneurs around the world, not only to ensure that the biosecurity ecosystem is prepared, but to take advantage of the astonishing breakthroughs that are still to come. Breakthroughs, maybe. Definitely for drug discovery, like protein folding, fantastic. Drug discovery, awesome. It will dramatically make it so much easier to discover drugs. Finding connections in a pathway, maybe. I would like to think so. But furthering the sciences, it might be a little more complicated because this is a lot of unknowns, which requires us to. There's a lot of unknowns in biology, which requires us to do experiments into the unknown to discover. And last time I recall, large language models are not really good at discovery. They're great at finding patterns. They're great at finding trends. And that would be great if you're trying to correlate, existing data within the field. But discovery, I don't know. But yeah, interesting article. It seems like they're trying to prepare a lot. Well, props to them. They're trying to prepare a lot for the inevitable AI. Yeah, the inevitable AI inclusion into biology. All right, so let's see here. I did have this would be the last one, but I think going through the 2 papers is enough. Yeah, I think the 2 is enough. It's fun going through these things. I will keep an eye out. If I see any more interesting articles, we can look into more. For now, let's go ahead and move over to doing something else. So what I usually do is program at this time. So let me go ahead and out of the lab coat and head to my jacket. Let's also update all the information. So we're no longer looking at AI in biology. We are now going to do programming. Oh, I know. Since we were talking about AI earlier, let's change this to AI programming for the web. There you go. AI programming for the database. Ooh, there we go. All right then. So after reviewing some articles, now time to program a bit. Oh, come on, you stop messing up. What is going on here? What is going on here? Apparently something is I guess it might be YouTube is having trouble. It's just not liking it's just not liking me to change anything. All right, well, screw YouTube program. There you go. We're moving over. Changing things up. We're done with biology. All right, done. Okay, done with biology. Let's go ahead and move over to programming. And I should probably notify everybody that the stream has updated. So let me do that too. Oh. Let's see, programming our good old friend, programming our... There we go. There we go. Okay, done. Done. I sent everything out, so let's go ahead and just start programming. Where did my there it is. Aha, I found it. Okay. Aha, I found it. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to set up credentials right now for my system. Not working very well, though. Largely because I'm all about the scraping and such. A lot of the systems that I used when it came to this they were already pre-built. And because of that, don't really have many set up. But what I do have, though, is I have MongoDB set up. We can connect to our database. Here it is. So there's a couple things about this system. The first is that... Oh, I probably should go get a drink. Let me go grab a drink real quick. Let me go grab a drink real quick. I need to set a... I'm going to have to program that in. A hopping off the screen animation. I'll have to do that. All right, I have my drink. Ah, there we go. There we go. Nice cup of water. There. Definitely need that. It's bloody hot. It is bloody hot, and I don't have the aircon on, so. Hey, Sad Kitty. How's it going? I just finished going through some articles on biology, and now we're going to program. Actually, given timing, I might actually play some games after this. It really depends. It really depends. You're drawing right now. Ah. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. As I said, I'm going to program. Or actually, I could do some artwork. I am very prone to distraction. I am very prone. Actually, I've been having a lot of fun with a variety of different games, so I'm also having fun looking at the artwork, the fan artwork of them. And let's just say there's an awful lot of fun artwork out there. I've been looking up artwork for Genshin Impact, which is quite fun. I've been looking up artwork for Identity 5, which is also quite fun. Granted, there's not a whole lot of Identity 5 artwork. Sure. I would love to see it. If you don't mind, I'll even show it on stream. Let me go over to Discord and grab it. I have 2 monitors set up. I really should set up like 5 monitors or something. I wish I had... Actually, scratch that. If I had 5 monitors, I don't know if the computer would... I think the computer would explode. from my understanding with technology, especially with graphics cards, they screen real estate. When it comes to screen real estate, the more monitors you have, the more real estate you set up. While it does increase productivity, it actually puts more strain on the resources within your system. So if I was going to play a game and then have two other monitors up, it actually would decrease performance. You sent it. Okay, let me go look. Creative Commons. Oh, all right. Oh, ooh. I'm going to download that. Saving the image. Let's go ahead and save it right there. I'm going to show it on stream if you don't mind. Are you okay with it? I'm busy setting it up to show. Alrighty, good to know. Okay, let's see here then. Let's go ahead and get it up. Do. All right, almost set. Last thing I need to do is navigate to it. Oh, big picture. Oh my. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go, on screen now. That is so good. Oh my, that is such good artwork. That is a very, very pretty artwork. And it looks like you're using pen and paper too. So it's hand drawn. Wow. Man, I wish I had these skills. Man, I can't wait to see the finished product. Oh yeah, I can't wait. This looks like it is oh hey haha. I just noticed her. She's actually very popular here in Hong Kong. I forgot her name, but she's from Sanrio. She's a Sanrio character. And this looks like Bloody Queen in the cat outfit. So who's this character here? Either way, props. This is very nice. A very nice picture. Yeah, my drawing is absolutely atrocious. Oh. Yeah, I understand. Actually, I think that's how a lot of both are Bloody Queen. I did not know that. Both are Bloody Queen. Interesting. They're having a conversation. But yeah. I think let me load up Krita. Okay, yeah, let me hop over to Krita and see. Now you have me curious. Let's see if I'm very curious with my drawing. As I said, my drawing is abysmal. I think I'm better at making monsters than I am at drawing people because I cannot draw at all. I mean, look what I did with Squidward. I mean, see Squidward right here? Oh yeah, Kuromi. There it is. Yes, there's Kuromi. And you're right. They did. Oh, I should probably. Right now, they're doing a collaboration with the Promised Netherland. But yeah. Oh, let's see here. Let's do a quick drawing here, just to see, so I can do a comparison here. So you drew Bloody Queen. Let me try and do that as well. Let's see. Let's watch my. Let's see here. Paper Bride. Okay. What is Paper Bride? Oh. What is Paper Bride? I'm very curious. Let's see here. If I recall, they said to draw the line out. And then from here, we can then proceed to We can draw the shoulders. They said draw the boxes. Like so. Because it's a lady, we can draw more of an oval shape. And then this will be the neck, which goes out. And then from here, I'm going to have her, I don't know. So this is a joint right here for the arm. We can then proceed to draw this out. I'm going to go ahead and have her holding a cup. Because apparently that's apparently that's all I know really how to do is draw people holding cups. Now this arm should be back here being blocked, so it should come out more like this. And then around like that. I'm beginning to actually maybe I should have her draw her with her crossing her arms. There we go. And then next, so this would be the hips. And then from here, we simply will... I forget how to draw hips. It's a... oh, now you have me very curious. Okay. Now you have me very curious. All right, I think I'm going to just draw the upper part. Here, we're going to do like that. That's the frame. That's our frame of reference. So with that in mind... The eyes. I'm very curious now. And then this will be the nose. Oh, no, that's an ugly nose. No, that is a very ugly nose. Oh, we're not making Squidward here. We're trying to draw Bloody Queen. So for her, it should just be something kind of like this. And then for lips. She should have a bit of a lip, like, there we go. Oh yeah, this is beginning to look like an abomination. Let's see here. Her hair should go down like this. I have no clue what I'm drawing now. I have no clue what I'm drawing. Alright, well, whoever it is. Yeah, whoever it is, she's getting a... yeah, whoever it is, she's getting a... yeah, I have no clue what this is. There we go. And then, as I said, this arm comes out from behind and then wraps around like so. I think that's my biggest problem. I don't know how to draw arms. Yeah, I don't know how to draw arms. She looks like she's in a straitjacket. Okay, I just made someone in a straitjacket. All right, I think I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I tried. It's better than normal. I mean, again, compare this to Squidward earlier. At least I'm improving. I'm getting the handle of this tablet, but I'm now curious. You mentioned the game, so let me go over there and check it out. I know what happened. I think she found herself in Picasso's paintings. I think that's what happened to her. Where is that articles? Here it is. Okay. This is old stuff. Ignore it. We were just looking at this. When did Mary grow hair? Yeah, I know. I thought she always had long hair. I thought she always had long hair. She just pinned it up. Let's see here. Paper Ride. Oh. It's on Steam, too. Oh, this looks pretty interesting. It's a Chinese horror mystery puzzle game. Oh, oh, I will have to. I bet. I will see. I bet my wife will love this. I will. Oh, yeah, she's definitely gonna love this. She loves horror, and she loves being from Hong Kong. She loves her culture a lot. She really loves all things Hong Kong related. And while I don't think this is going to be based in Hong Kong, it's Chinese mythology, traditional Chinese folklore. Yeah. So she's gonna. Oh, she's gonna love this. I shall check it out. If we do happen to buy it, then I can play it on stream. It's pretty cheap. It's just $45. But apparently there's 6 series. All right. You loved it? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Her hair chopped. Let's see. She got her hair chopped. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Let's see here. Let's take a peek at her picture. Oh, some interesting. Oh, someone made a figurine for her. You're right. Her hair is much shorter. That one's missing a head. Oh my. I know that she's supposed to be based off Marie Antoinette, but I don't think we needed it to be that close. Oh, hey, there we go. There we go. Okay, so she does have short hair. You're right. She does have short hair, but there are some pictures of her with long hair. Grant, definitely not what I was drawing, mind you. Definitely. Oh, that is so cute. That's the costume, isn't it? That is in your picture. I'm going to load your picture back up. Move it over here. Hey, yeah, that's the picture. Wow, that's very nice. Ooh, that's very nice. Actually, I kind of like your artwork more than the official one. Because in the official one, she just kind of has this smirk, this little kind of muted smirk. The type of face you would typically see when it comes to, well, promotion art. But for yours, your character has a lot more expression. It looks like they're having a giddy conversation with each other, and she's kind of holding back a giggle or a laugh. Like they said something funny. Maybe they were talking about some of the other hunters, and she couldn't help but hold back a laugh. I like the facial expression in your picture more than this one. Oh, I can't wait to see the final product. All right. Anyway, let's. Okay, we got distracted enough. Let me get to programming a bit. Let's see here. The goal is to program for an hour, and then after that hour, then I can. Yeah, after that hour, we can load up. We can load up a game and play. Let's see here. So let's do that. So the big question is programming. Oh. Has back problems. Type conversation. Ah, yes, exactly. Exactly. I can think of a lot of silly conversations. I'm gonna, just gonna. I could think of an awful lot of conversations, but I'm pretty sure half of the ones I could think of would not be appropriate. Oh, I know. Um, okay, we're going to go with we're going to try and keep it very PG, but she could be the two could be talking and they say uh okay, yeah, okay, we won't go that way. All right, all right. I was going to make a joke about big hands and big feet, but let's not. Let's work on programming. I'm a boring person. I know. I'm a boring person. Okay, so let's see. We originally were using AI to generate some of these listings. All right. Oh, actually, we never actually tested our enums. Is because we didn't connect to a database. So let's go ahead and do that. This service is going to be a bit more expansive, but for now, what we want to do is we're just going to do, because the idea is that what I'll do is I'll create an initialization function where we can initialize our database connections. So let me put that in the to-do. So where databases can be initialized based on the services. There we go. So the idea here is that if I want to access and do stuff with a particular database, all I have to do is initialize the service that I'll be developing with it. And then from there, it will do all the connections for us behind us. This way it helps maintain data integrity. Actually, actually, let's see here. I'm actually kind of more curious about looking at fan art. How about this? I know that I want to work on this, but let's do a quick detour into fan art. Let's do a quick detour into fan art. I wonder if we can. Let's see here. Where would be the best spot for fan art? I definitely know it's not DuckDuckGo. There we go. Yeah, I definitely know it's not DuckDuckGo. Pinterest. Oh, maybe let's try that. Pinterest. I don't think I've been to Pinterest. Yeah, it's going to force me to log in, isn't it? I think it is. Maybe Safe Boro? Maybe Safe Boro? I don't know. I'm not trusting you. I'm not trusting you, Safe Boro. I'm not trusting you. In fact, I'm not trusting you so much. I'm going to hide this real quick, and I'm going to load the first page up. And if it looks safe, then we shall go through here. If not, then I'm going to call it. I'm going to say poo on you. All right, so okay. And okay, it looks safe. It looks safe. Let's go to Safe Boro. All right, let's. Okay, here we go. Safe Boro. I have to vet because there's a lot of different websites out there. They're image aggregation websites, and I like to go through them sometimes to see what I can find. And some of them, which are supposed to be safe alternatives, tend to be relaxed on what they define as safe. So to the point that if I decided I'm going to go there, it's going to be very hazardous for my health. Oh. Ooh, poor prisoner. We should probably zoom out a bit so we can get a full view of these pictures. Ooh, poor prisoner. What happened to him? Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped in your father's path. I have a feeling that is a reference to a story. A story I do not... I might have to read up on Prisoner's story more. Oh, actually, that is a nice picture of of the sculptor. It's quite a nice picture. Oop. I see, I see. His father was a deadbeat. Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to have to go dig deep into the... Maybe we should spend the day going through the lore. Maybe we're going to do that tomorrow or something. There's a lot of pictures of the painter and the pictures of the painter and the gardener. Actually, that's kind of a cute picture right there. It's a crossover with IB. How much you bet it was official artwork? Hey, photographer. Before that, he was an... I wonder what happened to him then. I wonder, because if he wasn't... Did he undergo... Did they go through like a cultural revolution? That would be horrible if if that's the reason why he became a deadbeat. Prisoner became an inventor, which is what caused him to be in that situation. I see. I think a budding romance is happening there. Is that Violetta? That looks like Violetta and the... Yeah, that looks like Violetta and the mechanic. Oh, yeah. I think the mechanic's enjoying that. Yeah, I think the mechanic's enjoying that. Man, these are really good artwork. Oh, props to all the artists. Let's see, what other fun ones are there? There's a lot. I like this one here. This should be a sticker that you can put on the wall. Oh, wait. I see. Oh, So, yeah, we might definitely have to go through the lore at some point. This is a fun sticker. Ha 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 ha. Let's see here. Buy... No, that's not the artist. Though here you go, bookworms. So they do provide the link. So if we want to, we can go look at more of the artwork from those people, from the artists. That's very nice. You need to grab some tea. All right. Ooh, I would recommend... What was that? What was that tea? It's some kind of bird tea. Loose leaf tea blends. This one. This one. Here we go. Yashi Jing, the Dankong Oolong tea. You should have some of this tea. Apparently it's very popular. Very flavorful too. Okay, okay. I wasn't going to type the word, but apparently that is the naming of the tea that you can buy in Hong Kong. It is a very special tea. Yes, I actually, it's actually not bad. Technically the naming is wrong. That's not actually what the tea is. I don't know why it was translated like this. It's like the worst translation possible. What it really is bird nest tea. That's what it is. A bunch of birds, they have a bunch of nests, or they use use a bunch of leaves to make a nest, and then they take those leaves and then make a tea out of it. It's the same thing as the bird nest. What is that? A bird nest? Bird nest soup? Yeah, this thing. Edible bird's nest. It's the same thing as this dish, except instead of turning it into a snack, instead you grind it up and turn it into a tea. How did we get to ducks and their bathroom ways? I do not know. Apparently this is very pricey. Yeah, apparently this is like super, super pricey. They use swallows' nests. Oh my. Hopefully they allow the swallows to hatch their eggs before they get to collect the nests. Either way, let's get back to looking at pictures. Let's look at 2 more pages and then I'm gonna start programming. All right, let's see here. Oh, that's a fun one. Is that the oh, is that the journalist? I think that's the little, definitely the little girl, and that's the journalist. That's quite fun. That's quite fun. Oh, here's a picture of the journalist and her child self. Ooh, also very fun. Nice artwork. A bit interesting that they have a light-dark dichotomy going on here. The little girl's in the light, trees are blossoming and blooming, and then she grows up and it gets all dark and everything dies. If from my memory, growing up is not exactly like that. I enjoyed growing up. In fact, I still enjoy being grown up. Granted, there's a lot of stuff I would like to, that I would improve, but that's not because of being grown up. Well, okay, maybe it might be. I need to work out more. Things stop working when you get older. I would like that not to happen, please. I really like that not to happen. All right, let's see here. Oh, this looks like an official artwork. It's a nice artwork, mind you. Oh, what's this one? What's this one? Actually, oh, that's actually kind of funny. They're right. They're right. The violinist, he does look an awful lot like the lady from The Grudge. At least they're kind of, there's a lot of inspiration in their designs, because you can kind of see here. You can kind of see here, like the long hair, and he's using his hair to do things. I don't recall her using her hair, but there have been instances where her hair has a life of its own. I do remember that. All right. Any other fun ones? Buying bread. Oh, that's fun. Oh, this is the prospector. Wow, that is a very handsome prospector. That is a very handsome that is a very handsome prospector. Actually, if you look, I believe these are the same artist. Definitely enjoys drawing pretty boys. Look at that. These two. Firefighter, prospector. I don't see any other art in the list. All right, last one. Last one. Oh. Nice. This looks like an official artwork, mind you. So let's look for fan art, but that's a nice picture. Oh. What about this one? Oh, that's Mario. Mario, Wu Chang. Oh. Ooh, prisoner is looking a bit menacing here. He has the aeroplanist on edge. Look at this. You can see like the veins in his arms are popping out. That means he's kind of straining his fist, which means like I have a feeling if we continued this picture, our good friend prisoner here is going to get punched in the face. That's what it looks like. Look, the smirk. We like to call this the poop eating smirk. He's giving a diabolical smirk, and he's looking down at the aeroplanist. Oh yeah, he's getting punched. He is definitely getting punched. Oh yeah. Anyway, that's fun. That's fun. It's fun to go through artwork. As I said, I've been doing this. I've been having fun going through certain artworks in certain games. And, oh boy, the Withering Waves art community. I guess you could say they're going with the designs of this story, or they're going with the designs of Wuthering Waves, but oh boy, they are interesting. Okay, let's actually get this set up. I'm just going to basically do connect. I just want to connect right now. ROMDB. There we go. Wait, let's see. Did we actually call it that? Did I call it that? Where's my, here it is right here. Mongo. And, yes, I did call it ROMDB. And I hear my, 1 second. All right, I'm back. My little doggy, this one, is wanting a drink of water. So I had to, rather than let them break through the door, I need to go let them over there to drink. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this. Let's work on this. So we're going to connect to ROMDB. We don't have any password or host. Host. Our host is just going to be simply localhost. The port is, what was it? 2717. I think I can actually get that from our credentials because I haven't set that up yet. Yeah, 27017. There we go. And then I'm going to call this my connection. There we go. All right, so we should be connected now. Now with that, this is my connection. From here, we should be able to start creating our own databases. So if I hop on over to, let's see here, where are you? ROM docs. Here we go, right here. So I need to, so far I'm busy making these things, and we're going to have to make this a bit more generic. The reason being is because I'm going to have, it's going to be for all of the different ROM collections. If you remember, we had a lot of different ROM collections. If you go into the database, here they are, all of the different ROM collections. There are multiple ways to set this up. The first way would be to make all of these individual connections. So in other words, individual collections. So this would be a collection, this would be a collection, and this one would. And that might be the way we want to do it. I have to think. Because if you look here at our database, I have ROMDB right here. And what I'm thinking would be, is that originally I was thinking that this ROM database collection, we would simply have a whole lot of these local databases that we would then just start adding and adding and adding, and they would be things like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, PlayStation, a long list. And then we would then have another collection, which would be the all of the ROM data and ROM information. But what I could do, instead of creating one and then having all of them in it, is instead having this be an actual database. And then from here, we can simply, let's see here, from here, then we can then simply have individual databases where we would have Sega Genesis, and then it would contain all of the ROM info, the ROM hack info, and they'd all be in their own separate collections. So let's see here. I'm busy thinking. Which would be the best option? Because here you can see the collection. There's currently one collection in here. Actually, maybe we should see about creating a... Let's see here. Can I create a database? Or actually, I should say, rather than creating a database, can I create a new collection? Come on, new collection. New collection, please. There we go, new collection. Okay then, and we'll call this, we're doing tests. Sega. Aha, all right, so we can put them all into the local. So the next question then is, this is a collection, correct? Yeah, this is a collection with a query and everything. So that's not what we want. So we're going to, I was hoping to create new databases here. Instead of just making local. Oh, no console. In my old, I'm the reason why we're going through it like this right now is largely because the old system that I used was really old. And as such, I need to make sure that all of the updates that have happened, I'm familiar with all of the updates that are available. Let's see here. Database name. We'll call this Sega. And we'll call this ROM. ROM hacks. Not a time series. Create. And yep, there we go. Perfect. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So yeah, I can create the different databases. Oh, okay. We don't want to delete local. Yeah, so that's the idea. So here we have Sega. We have ROM hacks. And then in this, we could then add in different collections. So this will be the ROM info. So ROM info, ROM hacks. Then, what else would we need in this? Because the idea here is that if we go into ROM info, yeah, so here if we go into ROM info, we'll end up having a variety of different data. So let's see here. Can I add some data, or does, yeah, it really wants me to import. It really wants me to import. I was hoping that I can just type it in. Nope. Nope. Okay, yeah. So the idea here is that it will have, for instance, the CRC files, or CRC calculations. It will have the ROM name. It will have the size, and then as well as the publication. It will then also contain other information. This is all the general information about the ROM itself, which would also be the number of players, the controller formats, the whole laundry list. So yeah, that's what this would be here. So, all right. So let's go back over to our data structures then and work on that. So if you remember here, we're building this out. Here's our base ROM. One potential solution would be, well, I need to generalize it. That's the thing. We're done with setting up the enums for now. I should rename this. Game categories enum. There it is. There we go, enum, perfect. There we go. Rating systems, that should also be changed to enum. We can worry about that later. Here we go, no intro. Oh, this is the service we're working, or is it the service? Let's see here. I called it no intro dat reader. But what we're going to instead call this is the no intro service. There we go. And we would need to update that because these, yeah, let's see here. We need to update this. I think we're putting us in the scrapers, aren't we? Oh, I see. This is the parse. Yeah, because this is a parser. Yeah, renaming is always a pain in the butt. All right, we're going to call this no info parser, since it is technically a parser. And we'll create a service that will connect to the parser. So the service will be what interfaces with the database. So this is the parser right now. This is just going into the data, extracting out said data, and then presenting it to us in a format which we can use. So in other words, we'll have to create a service, which will be the, it will be the, well, let's actually, I'm going to go ahead and call it right here. We'll just call it service for now. And then here, oh man, we have a lot of files that we're building. Oh yeah, and this will be the no intro service. All right, and this will simply be a, okay, service that interfaces with, let's see, service that interfaces with the database and the no intro parser. All right, we'll probably reorganize that in a bit. The main point is we want to just get the structuring set up as well. All right, so let's see here. All right, so we have, I'm going to worry about the parser later. I was actually having a lot of fun working on the scraper, but we really need to work on this right here. Oh. Okay, we need to fix that. I think it's because we changed this to game categories enum, isn't it? This should be game categories enum. Then here, and then here. There we go. All right. So here we go. Here we have the data. So we're allowing inheritance. All right then. So now that we're here, this is the basic dat. So where is our, it should be in the core. Mongo services. Oh, that's the Mongo service. Docs. ROM docs. Is it in ROM docs? ROM collection. Yeah, here we go. All right, this is it. So here we can see this is going to be a ROM collection. We're not actually going to, the collection is actually going to be whatever we want to name it for. So this is actually going to be our data, or this will be the, oh, all right. Think. This is ROM collection actually. We need to write another layer in order to change the where the database is. Because if we run this, this is going to save to the currently connected database. Man, oh yeah, that means we're going to have to work on that. I was hoping to wait on that, but nope, we're going to have to work on that. This one here, because it's that. Let's see here. Actually, it's not just that though. It's the, let's load this back up. For instance, ROMDB is our database that we can connect to, but I didn't actually set the, you know, which one of these collections that we're going to go for. Or, all right, let's see here. I need to get the naming properly. So what is that? That is our connection. That is our database. These are our databases as well, but then these are the collections. So I set it up to connect to this upper layer, but we haven't set it to connect to the bottom layer. So we need to do that as well. Since I connected here to my connection, so let's see here, my connection, there we go. It's our client. What I can then do here is my connection dot, let's see here, we'll go with local. There we go. And that is our connection to local. See, you can even see right there, we're connected to local. So if, in other words, if I change this to ROMDB, this should be our ROMDB connection. There we go. Now if I change this to hippopotamus, we'll just call it hippo. This should create a brand new connection to hippo. There it is. Yeah. So yeah, so I'm not crazy. I do remember these things. Okay. Now here's the question. Can I do it this way? Can I do it this way? And the answer is yes, I can. All right. So this is exactly how we're going to do it. So in other words, what we're going to do here is we're going to define our connection. And then what we're also going to do is it will be, I'm going to change it, call it get database for now, for lack of better words. This also means Mongo service, we need to store our connection. So we're going to call this connection. This will be a, what is the type? What's our type? This happens to be a Mongo client, a synchronous Mongo client. So I'm going to import in Mongo client. There we go, Mongo client. Oh my, Mongo, PyMongo synchronous. I guess that's fine. Anyway, this is going to be none. This is going to be none, and then when we run connect, what we'll do is we will build our connection. This is a Mongo. This will be also a Mongo client. There we go. And then last but not least, we'll then put self.connection is equal to com. There we go. And then from here, if we want to get our database, we will get out a Mongo client. I do not think that is correct. I do not think that is correct. I don't think that's the proper typing. I'm going to import this client. I'm going to import this one. Import from here, Mongo clients. That should be the proper typing. But either way, from here, what we can then do is this, and we will simply return our, so self.connection, and then this will be our, this will be the, I want to make sure the naming is right. I'm hopping over to MongoDB. Let's see if they will describe the, let's see if they'll describe it. No, I don't see its structure. Aha, all right, let's see here. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay, there we go, perfect, good. I just saw the word, I remember it now. All right, perfect. My brain is picking up information. Okay. This is a schema. This is not the database name. This is schema. So this is how we connect to it. It does say DB. So yeah, it does say DB, but what we're technically connecting to is the schema. And then here it is get database. And then from here we can then get the DB name, which will be a string. And this will be DB name. There we go. And why are you complaining? Expected Mongo client instead got a database mapping any. Instead. I'm curious now. This should be correct. Type A. They call it a database. Okay. All right. It's a database. And this happens to be a... There we go. All right. Okay. So from here, we're pulling out a database. And why are you complaining? It might be static. I don't think so. I'm putting it into connection right here. I will just pretend that it doesn't. I will just ignore it. Okay, so now we have that. So now what we'll need to do is we'll need to set up a service. So I'm going to put down... So in this particular case, we're going to have more services. So I call this the MongoDB service, which happens to be this one, but we should also have another one. We're going to call this ROM hacking service. There we go. And then in this one, what we're going to do, so this will be ROM hacking service. I forgot an S. So for here, pretty much we'll fill it out the variables, but pretty much what we're here is going to do, and this will be initialize. So this will be initialize database. This will be a list, so we'll call this the DB list. And this will simply be a list of strings. And then there'll be a none, because the idea is that what this is going to do is allow us to initialize everything. There we go. So the general idea here is that if I input in a particular database, then it will automatically set up the connection for us. And then that way I won't have to fiddle with connect here, connect there, connect this, connect that. I can simply initialize it, and then it will provide us with then I'll just have to connect to the service and then use it. So this is kind of the idea. All right then. So from here, let's see here. If DB list, how to do this now? Or I should better say, what's the most optimal way of doing this now? Well, we're just taking in a list. So for DB in DB list, we're going to initialize these. This would all require the... Let's see here. So we need the service. This will be the okay, come on, Mongo. I want you... oh, this should be changed. Keeping it with... There we go, Mongo service. There we go, Mongo service equals none. We're going to define an initialization. All right then, self.mongo service is going to equal Mongo service. There we go. Oh, there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and import in Mongo service. There we go. And then from here, what we'll then proceed to do is we will initialize. So let's see here. So we have Mongo service right there. And then self.mongo service equals connect. And from here, we'll be drawing it. I would be drawing it from constants right now. So All right, let's go ahead and grab the credentials. This is going to be put somewhere else. We'll be making a credential controlling system later. But for now, what we just want is this. So let's see here. We'll go with credentials and see if can we pull that in? No, we can't. All right. So from parameters dot or from parameters import credentials. There we go. And then from credentials, we're going to take, let's see here. We'll call this the DB name. Oh. Let's see here, DB name. And then host is equal to credentials.host. And then port is equal to credentials.port. There we go. Oh. And this should be, this doesn't exist, so this should be DB name, I believe. Okay, maybe not DB name. All right, what is it again? It is DB. Okay, why did it complain? Okay, why did you complain? It was DB. So why are you complaining? Unexpected arguments. Oh, I know. It's because I get it. Yeah, ignore me. I'm overlapping it already. Up here, user, password, host, schema. So we want to call it schema here. There we go, schema. There we go. Is complaining about missing data. So what we should probably do is update this, because theoretically we will have set these, but for now, user can be none. User and password can both be none. Let's see here. Now this can be none. And this can be none. There we go. Alrighty. Still complaining because it claims it might be static. Even though we have a self. And we set it equals. Anyway. There we go. Alias. Oh yeah, we forgot the alias. So for alias, we're going to, this should also be set. So we're just going to call it default, because that's technically a default, and we'll be changing it as we move along. Because again, different connections will require different aliases. Start off small, start expanding it out. That's the best. That's the way to do it. All right, so we don't need that now. That is not how you spell connect. Actually, wait, that is how you spell connect. Ignore me. Brain fart. There we go. We then do the connection right there. All right, there we go. And then from here, what we then do is we initialize. Okay, so let's see here. I'm busy thinking. Because theoretically, just connecting to the database is good enough. I think I'm going to have to do a bit more research on that. Either way. Let's get back to here real quick. ROM docs. Where are you? There you are. So yeah, there we go. ROM docs. That's the collection right there. Okay, let's just try something. Okay then. Let's just try something. All right, let's go ahead and do this. We'll run this. And there was a error. Attempted to reuse the ESRB key. Oh my. Oh. It's because of the... We forgot to delete... We didn't delete that, did we? But yeah, we didn't delete that. So let's see here. Where are you, enums? Here we go. That's docs. There it is, enum. Enum, rating systems. Yeah, we have 2 ESRB right here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and blot you out. Let's go ahead and run that. Oh, missing an argument. Rating system is missing an argument. Oh. Rating system enum. Rating system enum. Oh, yes, I know. Okay, we should probably... I see. We have a lot of updating to do for that. So I'm going to go here. Let's go to the ROM base. Subgenre perspective, meta, checksum, details. Oh, detail. Here we go. Age rating, descriptors, rating systems right here. So rating system enum. We'll go ahead and put those there. And promptly, I'm going to blot that out. We can worry about that later. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring that back because we're not done with our tests there. Now let's go over here. ROM docs. Here. And it complained again about what? Rating. But I got rid of the rating list. Is it hidden somewhere else? How much? No, it's not there. Let's see here. It might be because we're calling it. That might be it. Okay. It might be because we're calling it. There we go. Okay. So that solved that problem. Let's go back over to ROM docs here. There we go. Now let's go to, let's see here, ROM collection. Let's see here. Boop. I will have to do a function in here. This is going to have to be a basic ROM one, or a basic, not even a basic ROM doc. It should be a base doc. There you go. Get or create audits. So that's not, yeah, that's for our auditing system. That's not what we, that's going to be called right here when we do save. What we want to do is, what we're going to do is create new. So define create doc. So create doc. And then we'll simply put in, technically this is going to be just itself. And this will be a document, or also known as self. All right. I think it's that, and we'll call this has to be a T, because this is going to be a generic. So type here, type, or T is equal to type var, and this will be a base doc, because that's what it is. There we go. All right. Yeah, so that's what it's outputting is a base doc. And then from here, what we'll do, so we need to input in a name. So we'll put name here. And then from this, we'll go with... Okay then. So let's see here. We're going to be creating the document. So this is going to be... I'm busy thinking. This is going to be a class function. So let's go ahead and get it up here. So this is going to be a class method. So CLS. If I recall, what we do is we do that, and this will be equal to doc, because this is going to end up being a document file. And then from here, we're then going to go with, because this has name in it, that is one of the categories is name. This will be doc.name is equal to name. Then doc equals save, like so. Oh, what are you complaining about? Doc argument name is read only. Document object has no attribute of name, but I have name right here. It's a string field. It's called name. All right. Well, let's see here. We do that. We create that name. And then, oh, how much do you bet? No, it does. We are importing documents, so we're not overwriting anything. We're inheriting, though. That claims it's read only. Yeah, it claims it's read only and it has no name. Why don't we call this something else? We'll call this ROM name. I'm just doing a quick test. Yeah, okay. So they're claiming it's read only. All right, well, I'm curious. Let's see here. Because I remember doing it this way. Though I could be remembering wrongly. I would not be at all surprised if I'm remembering it wrongly. I tend to remember generals, not technically... Wrong one. Oh. We should probably close those. Close you. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably close these. Close you. Don't mind if I do. Close you. There we go. All right. Let me see here. Let's hop on over to our... It never hurts to go read... When in doubt, check the documentation. When in doubt, go to the library. There we go. Okay. So what we're looking for is... Let's see here. This is create document. So create document from Mongo and DB, or some Mongo engine. That's what we're doing. Just trying to create a document. There we go. Defining and creating documents, Mongo engine. So here we create a class, we call it page. Then when we want to make a page, class and then page, here's dynamic document schemas. Okay, then there's the title, page tags, and then save. So yeah, here it is. We create, they say dynamic document. Let's see, one of the benefits of Mongo is the dynamic schemas for a collection. Whilst data should be planned and organized, after all explicit is better than implicit. There are scenarios where having a dynamic expando style documents is desirable. No, we're not having expando documents. We're keeping everything quite rigid. There's all the field. Here we go. Yeah, so we create our document. We then do a page and we save that and then save. Yeah. That's kind of what we're doing, aren't we? We're making it a class function though. So yeah, we're making it a class function. That way I can just simply call the page. Actually, maybe we should put this over in the server. That might be the problem. That might be the problem. I'm trying to combine too much. This create a document should not be in the base document. It should be in something else. And in that case, it should be, let's see here. Not Mongo, this should be base services. So base service. There we go. And then the idea here is that we can then, let's see here. Base service. Then from here, I'm trying to think of where everything should be everything should lie. So the idea here is that this is going to be what we feed into our service. So this ROM hacking service, we're going to inherit base service. That way we can inherit all of our changes that we write. There we go. So yeah, we're going to inherit base service here. And then from here, base service will simply, I think I know what we might have to do. So base document is fine. Base service right here. So from here, we're inheriting this. So this pretty much means that we need to set up, this will be the, this will be the, I'm thinking, this will be the service. Or not, this will not be the service, this will be the, well, so this is going to be a, naming, name. What are you? How do we name you? How do we name you? What is the nameage we choose to use? What nameage do we choose for you? Because the idea is that we're going to inherit, we will pass down our what we're going to be parsing with our service, pretty much the database, and then from there all will be passed through. So I guess we'll call this the database, and then this will be a we'll call this database equals to none. All right then. And we're going to need to import document as well. And we're going to need to import in T. And I think in this particular case, we can actually just go with the typing. T equals type var, and we can actually keep this as T. We should probably put down A as well. We'll probably need it at some point. All right. There we go. So then from here, this is no longer a class method. Now, this is no longer a class method. This is going to be simply, we'll go with self dot data. Oh, we probably should call it data doc, or we'll call it database. So database like that. But we need to change this here. There, something like that. There you go, something like that. And then from here, this is going to complain. This thing is none. Yeah, it's because it's none. Yeah, I know, it's none, but we're going to pass in, we're going to pass in the database here. So this isn't going to be none forever. I should probably add in a check to make sure that, we should probably add in a check. So, oh, I'm getting a message. I'm getting a message. All right, I'll look at it later. I'll look at it in a bit. The main thing is we have this. Now I'm going to go get or create doc. I always capitalize that O. I don't know why. So let's see here. And this will just simply be a call. So self.database.query. Not create collection. Oh. Actually, yeah, that's also a big thing right there. We need to, these services will be accessing these services will be accessing the collections. So technically it's not just database, it's actually also collection. That also might explain why we're having a bit of difficulties, because this is actually a collection thing. Oh, it should be lowercase. And we're going to import this in. This is going to be that. There we go. All right then. And it claims that we're not getting a document in return. The base class used for defining the structure and properties of the Oh, wait. Wait. I know what the problem is. It's because I know what the problem is. Let's see here. So here we simply have... Okay, I'm going to get rid of you for now. Here. So simply here we have... So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to simplify this area right here. The idea is that we're going to import in base ROM doc. And the reason why is because what you would normally... Or if you were not trying to generalize it, then what you would do is you would then create a method here. So this would be a class method. This would be a class method. This would be a class method. And then here, if you remember, I actually wrote that out earlier. This one right here. So this is what we'd put this right here. And then from here, we could then be able to, if we just call ROM collection.createDoc, then it would create the document, then we'd save it, and then we would return the doc like this. So this is what we would do. And then this right here would then be, then whenever we called this function from the collection, we would be able to create it. But I want to generalize this. I want to instead have this further back. So under the impression, we're already connected to the collection here. We don't need to worry about the collection. So because, and I think the problem is naming. I'm trying to call this database, but we're not really trying to call this database. We already established our connection. So yeah, we already established said connection at the beginning. In fact, most likely we should probably import in here. This should be a document. This should be the documents right here. And if that's the case, that further kind of points to, this then really should be a document. And then this really should, yeah. Moving things all over the place. The base service will be used for something, else. Gotta make sure everything is correct. When you're trying to explain these things on live, your brain tends to drop things. At least my brain tends to do. My mouth is faster than my brain, which is why I tend to always stutter, or I tend to drop things and forget things. If I'm sitting here thinking about it by myself, then I won't really have much issues working on it, because I'll just be able to think. I won't be engaging multiple parts of my brain. Anyone else have that problem? I think it should theoretically be a very common problem. Okay then, we're not there yet. Base doc. Here we go, documents. It really should be here. There we go, it really should be here. I know it's complaining right here. So name is a read only. But that's kind of how it works though. I think I know what we should do. What we'll do is we will create the documents. We will then save the documents. And then from here, we can then call it in, oh, no. This really should just be, I'm trying to think. I'm going to just see if it craps out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if it just complains. All right, so there's our base documents. That is done. Let's restart everything. Let's restart everything. Base service. Oh. There we go. You can live in ambiguity for now. That's set up. ROM doc is set up. Let's connect to the database. There we go. All right, so we connected. Now let's run this one. There we go. So connected. Now if I do ROM collection dot create doc, we're going to call this Spider-Man. And this should create a doc right here. We'll call this doc. And doc. There we go. If we go doc name, it works. So I don't know why it was complaining. I don't know why. That is working perfectly fine. Maybe I'll need to restart the IDE. Maybe that might be it. But now we've created our document. Now what I can do is I can start adding in other things. So doc dots. Let's see here. We have a variety of different ones. Test field. So let's go with test field. Now, if you remember, this is a map field. The idea is that we're going to take a games category. So games category enum. I will pick idle. And then from here, this is going to then take in additional information. And the general idea here, I think we're doing a test here, but the general idea here is that I can create a, like, this is this is the rating systems, and then we'll have ESRB, and then we can then link over and say what the information is, or we can call this data content the idea is that we can link the different enums together. So in this particular case, this can just be whatever we want because we haven't really set anything yet. We haven't standardized this one yet. I don't think. Yeah, we haven't standardized it yet. I'll have to force standardization, but right now let's just go with data and data like that. There we go. So now we go to the doc.test field. There we go. We can see that it is an enum and it's set to whatever it is. Nice. Now let's do the same with test field. So doc.test list. And in this particular case, we're creating a list of enums. I think I'm going to have to see. We're going to do this right now. And then we'll do with games enum.idle. And then games enum.rpg, and then games enum. I don't know, music. There we go. Okay, perfect. There. Now doc.test list. There we go. We have all our enums. Now let's doc.save. And there we go. It threw an error. Now, why'd you throw an error? Validation error. Okay. Is not a valid member of the enum. Wait, what do you mean idle's not a valid member of enum? The error came from... Why does it look like it's the... It says for key... Alright, alright. Okay, okay, yeah, so... Alright, I think there's an error in my code. I'm not surprised. I tried to have ChatGPT write that one. It should be base, not base docs, is it? It should be enum fields. This one. Yeah, here we go. This one. So let's see. The error that's being thrown is test field. So let's see. This is a value error we're receiving. It is currently happening in the Mongo engine documents, base docs. So it's complaining about it's not a valid member of the list. Okay. So with that in mind, let's head on over here. So here's it's failing the validation function right here. Let's see. Val is not a valid member of the enum. Yeah, so yeah, here it is right here. It's this error right here that's being thrown. So that should be key. Oh, yeah, that should be key. The whole enums are the keys. So yeah, this should be key. So key is not a valid member of enum, because the idea is that we're trying to have the keys set it. If the keys are correct, then everything is fine. Everything is happy. Actually, I think... Oh, actually thinking about it, because currently I have it set as a dict field. I wonder for the dict field... I'll have to look it up, but if I can define what the input for the dict field is, and then I can parse it over to the enum dict field, and then we can say this is what the input is, and this is what the expected input is, and then I can just validate both of them, and then from there we should have no problems. I think that might be the best. Yeah, that will be exactly what I want to do. And since I can run through the values and the keys here at the same time, I can easily do that check. Let's see here, enum class, and then other arguments. We put enum class there. Nice, nice. And then when we do to Python, we simply collect it. Yes. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. That's looking correct. I want to let's go to. I want to check. I want to make sure if we can do it now. We need to do it now. All right, just call it dict field. Mongo engine dict field. There we go. There we go, dict field with examples. Okay, nice. Thank you, Sling Academy. You did not put down what your dict field is going to be. Okay. 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 No. All right. No help. You're no help, Sling Academy. No, we don't want a query. We don't want... Okay. Dict field, define inputs. Let's see. I guess we'll go to the... Here. There we go. And then fields is none. So here we go. Fields. Or field. Where are you, field? the database field to store this feature in defaults to the name of the field name. All right. Required. If the field is required, all right, no, that's not it. Default, no. Unique, primary, no. No. Choice, no. Warg, no. Maybe not. Maybe. Map field is specific to, similar to dict field, except the value of each item must match a specified field type, which is what we're trying to do. Which is exactly what we're trying to. Actually, maybe I should inherit from a map field instead of the dict field. I think that might be a good idea, because in this case you have to have the field in it. All right, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Congratulations, this is now going to be a map field. There we go. Let's import this in. There we go. So we now have enum class and then arguments. And then the arguments will require, I think, I'm going to call this field. And this could be a type. Oh, technically this will be in any. This will be anything. We have to define it though. There we go. So yeah, we have to define it. And then from here, when we super initialize, this is going to be field, like so. And then arguments. There we go. So that should be it. Is that the proper formatting? I think so, yeah. Okay, that should be the proper formatting. So now we have to define the field, what we're going to input in to our enum dict field. So now if we go back over to our base documents, if we look, oh, okay, not our base documents. Where's our, I think it's all the way over here. Our example, ROM docs here. There it is. This one. Suddenly we now have to input in a new field. So in this particular case, we will have to put in something. And why don't we create a class, and we'll call this test. And this is going to be an embedded document, but not any embedded document. This is going to be a base embedded document. There we go. And this, we'll call this simply test me. And we'll go ahead and put this in there. There we go. And then here, this will simply be an embedded documents test. Like so. There we go. There we go. And why are you complaining? Positional arguments after, oh yeah. Yes. I need to put that. This needs to go before our DB field. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. So that should theoretically solve, that will control what we're looking at and who gets to go into our ROM collection. Let's go ahead and reset everything. There we go. And it complained. Why you complain? Is document. Okay. Embedded document has no attribute is document. Has no attribute is document. No attribute. Where are you? Why you complain? I'm going to change this just to a normal embedded document for now. We can test our embedded test one thing at a time. And it complained again. Oh, why are you complaining? Oh, Duh, I see why. All right, I see why. That. Don't mind this. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. There. Fixed. Ready. ROM doc. Run. There we go. Hey, Harmony. How's it going? Harmony Wisdom. That sounds like a pony name. Oh, I hope I didn't insult your name, though. It just reminds me of, it just reminds me of a really old TV show. Would one classify it as old now? I think so. How's it going? How's it going? Right now, we're just making sure all of the connections work in my little database thing I'm trying to build. All right, so ROM collection dot create doc. We'll call this Spider-Man. We'll call this doc. There we go. And I think I also, yeah, here it is. But test list is no longer available here. It's in the Dix field. So what we'll want to do is test this. And we'll call this test. Or we'll call this TT. There we go. And then TT will, let's see here, test list. And then this will be this will be the games category stuff. This way I can actually, there we go. There we go. Okay, so this is TT right here. There we go. Now what we want to do is doc dots test field. And this is going to be, let's see here. So this is going to simply be an enum like so. So we'll have that. We will pick games that. So we'll pick idle. And then this will be TT like that. There we go. Did you mean idle? Yes, I meant capital idle. Yes. There we go. And then doc.save. Done. And we get another error. All right, Mr. Error. What are you complaining about? Validation error. Invalid directory key. Directories must, but we were changing it. Unless I forgot to do that. Yeah, that's the main okay. Let's see, right. Where are you? Base docs right here. So where are we? Here we go. Base doc here. When we save, we're going to save the audit and then we're going to run super. Okay. And then here's base embedded doc, which is going to do the same, but this is a list field issue. So we need to head over to our, let's see, where are you? Enum fields. Here, this one. So yeah, this. Once we do the to Mongo, we're supposed to be converted. Yeah, I thought so. We're supposed to be converting all of these to the name. I wonder why it's not, when we're going to Mongo, it's not saving the name of the file. Because if you look at all our enums, they all should have, oh, actually, that should probably be, let's see here. We should standardize our enums, make sure that they're all kept the same. So, code, all right. Code. I've been noticing a pattern. There's a name, there's also a code, and that, yeah, okay, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. Let's fix that. It should be code. Yeah, I forgot. I did it for the other one. I just forgot to do it for this one. All right. Okay, smart of me. Okay, so that should fix the problem. Alright, so let's go ahead and try and run all of this one last time. And hopefully it will be working. And if so, then we have our basic structure set up and we can start really fleshing things out. Alright, so let's see here. Mongo services. Mongo services. Let's do the quick connection. There we go. Let's go get rid of enum fields, rom docs. Let's run this there. Let's go ahead and get over to creating. Oh, come on. Let's go ahead and create our file. There it is. There's our doc for Spider-Man. Then let's go ahead and create test and then tt dot list field. There we go. And then last but not least, doc. Oh, here we go. Test field idle tt. There we go. Doc.save. And it's still complaining. It's still complaining. Why? Same error. Test field. Documents must have string keys only. Test field. This is a validation error. But we're doing that. Why is it throwing an error? Enum field. Once we go to Mongo, which is what happens when you click the save button. If the value is none, then we skip it. Otherwise, what we do is we go through. We have our keys and our values based off of what is provided in our dictionary. Because this is a map field, then this is what we'll be having. So yeah, so value is, because we're going to be calling it save, it's going to go through and do this. So if let's see here, value. If value is none, then skip. Otherwise, value, we're going to get the items. Then key val. We're going to pick the code from the key and save it to keep the value, and then we'll return this. And then from here, it should then be saved. Likewise, when we do to Python, what will happen is we will go grab our values. Well, actually, this should be keys as well. Or wait, sorry, this is value items. Yeah, that's correct. And then we get the key and then item. And then from here, we go to our enum class, identify the key, and then set it equal to the value. So I wonder why it's throwing an error, saying that it cannot find. Yeah, why is it throwing an error? Why can it not find? How can it not? Why is it not doing that? I know. Since we're having fun messing with other things as well, let's go ahead and load up meeseeks. I don't think we've used meeseeks since I started streaming. Let's get rid of all of these. Let's go to meeseeks. All right, meeseeks. I am tasking you with a task. I'm going to copy this. We're going to put it into Mr. Meeseeks. Here you go, Mr. Meeseeks. Now, next what I'm going to do is put in the error. This is the error that it's providing. Let's see here, there we go. Here's the error. Now let's do a quick explanation. So here is a Python class that extends map field from Mongo engine. the following code produces an error. Explain why the error occurs. And then here we go. We'll then put this, the error. There. Okay. All right, Mr. Meeseeks. Explain why. Why does this error happen? Can you explain it? Let's see here. Why it fails during the validate step. Enum field, blah, 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 blah. Let's see here. Oh, we did not do super validate, huh? It's wanting us to stringify the key, but we should super validate as well. That's something we missed. No, it's actually something we did not miss. We actually did that correctly. It's right here. However, I think the way that the code is set up is a bit backwards. Let's look in here. Let's look further into this. So there's our validate to Mongo right here. Let's see here. Let's see here. So if we go through here, our validation step, we're looking to see if there's an enum class. All right. Then convert the keys to strings and validate with parent class. All right. And then the to Mongo, which will convert. Okay. I bet it might be that bit. I'm going to go ahead and nab this. I'm going to nab this. I'm going to put this here. There we go. We're already running a validation. I want to see, how does your validate look? It looks the same as mine. Okay. All right. Now the last question is, are there any other difference? Does it claim there are any other differences? So apparently this is valid because when we're validating, it's still the enum and it's not actually the string. We need to actually convert it to said string. So in this case, we're going to, let's see here. Nope, that's the only thing they changed. Okay. That's the only thing they changed. So if that's the case, then what I'm going to do is we're not just stringifying this. We have a setup. This is going to be the code. There we go. Because all our enums are going to have a database code, which is what code is defined for. So there we go. So with that, let's rerun everything. Okay. Let's rerun everything and hopefully this will solve our problem. But I just thought of another thing I forgot to do. We didn't validate on this side too. Well, technically it's the list. But let's see here. Technically it's a list. I wonder if we probably should convert it to, let's do that real quick as well. We should probably convert this to a yeah, we should probably convert this. So let's see here. We'll call this the string valued list. This will simply be a list which will contain a bunch of strings. And then from here, we'll then do this. So let's see here, value. So val.code for value, or for val in value. There we go. Yes, yes, yes. We need to make sure we keep the typing. And then we'll simply validate it. There we go. And we should probably make sure that we have the typing correct up here too. This will simply be a dict string any. There we go. There we be. Okay then. There we be. All right, connection setup. ROM docs setup. Let's see here. TT is equal to test. TT dot test list is equal to that. Doc is equal to Spider-Man. Doc dot test field is equal to that. Doc dot save, and it throws the same error again. All right. Idle invalid. Embedded document instance provided to an embedded doc field. Let's see here. We have, yeah, it is code. So it's not that. The validation error. ROM collection blah. Idle is, okay, idle dot invalid embedded document. Instance provided to an embedded document field. Test field. Oh, why is this doing this? Why is this throwing an error? Why you be like the way you be? Yeah, why are you being the way you be, you BB? Embedded document test field. Embedded document test. Enum dict field. This should be correct. This should be also correct. So this should be an embedded document field, which would be test. This should be the enum, which is correct. This happens to be a... I wonder where this error is... I wish I could trace this error, but it's in the base documents, which is not... This is purely an error on my end. It's not an error on their end. Embedded document field, test field. Let's see here. Invalid embedded document instance provide. Wait, is it mad because I'm using a base embedded document? I wonder if that might be it. All right, let's change this to just embedded document then. We'll just change this to embedded document for now and see if that fixes the problem. All right. Doc dot, okay, and then TT is equal to test TT dot. There we go, and then doc dot test field. Oh yeah, and this should be, we're going to, let's see here, this should just, actually, wait, did I actually import in, did I do the wrong one when I load up here? Oh my, that's the wrong one. Okay, no wonder why it's complaining. This is wrong, this should be TT. And here we go. Okay. Watching me from Kenya. Oh, hey. That is, ooh, Kenya. Oh, my wife is, she really wants to go visit Kenya. She does, because of the... She wants to go see all of the wildlife there. I've never actually made it any... I've never made it over in that direction, though. I wish... Oh. I will have to at some point. None type object has no attribute revert. Ooh, now I'm curious. Okay then. Let's see here. Test field. So that's correct there. and then the test object. So that is correct. So this is another, this error is coming from somewhere else now. Now the question is, where is this coming from? Let's see, could it be test? Or it could be TT, test. No, that's correct. So this is a, let's see here, attribute error. None type object has no attribute equals, how much do you, well, let's see here. That's correct, and then that's correct. So I wonder what it means by this, attribute error, because technically there are no none types in what we have here. This is correct, and this is correct. So let's look up and see why we're getting this. All right. We'll deal with Mr. Meeseeks later. Why do I get an attribute none type error? What? None type means that instead of an instance or whatever class and object you think you have, you're working with, you actually got none. This usually means that the assessment or the function call above failed. Well, yeah, I know that. The question is why we're receiving this. No, you have a variable that is equal to none, and you're attempting to access an attribute, or it's called something. But that doesn't look like what we're doing. It really doesn't. Let's see. Yeah, it really doesn't. It's not really what looks like what we're doing, because our category, our test field here, it has the data in it. For instance, we can even see right there. It's our test objects, right there. It's our embedded object, and then here is the test enum, and there it is. So that should be all of it. So that should be fine. Let's see here. Field name is reverse data, field none type. Okay, actually, maybe we should check to see where this error is exactly happening. Clear changed field, save documents. Returning, so right here in the save. Actually, could it be the audit? Could it be my audit code? I wonder if it's my audit code. To be fair, let's forget about our audit real quick. That's a completely different can of worms I haven't even messed with yet. Granted, it shouldn't be a problem, because if you see here, we're calling create audits. And what happens is we literally create the audit and then fill it into the last field before outputting it. So that should not be a problem, but we should make sure that we deal with all potential avenues of failure. All right, ROM docs. This doc is equal to spy. What I'm going to do is just doc.save. First things first. There we go. It worked. Okay, we can save it. I should already know it works because of earlier, but doc dot. Let's see here. TT is equal to test. TT dot test, or test list is equal to that. There we go. And then doc dot test field is equal to TT. And this happens to be a, there we go. Doc.save. And, all right then. No, it's still throwing an error. So then I'm going to look this up. Let's go into here. Why are you throwing an error? Parts. Clear changed fields. Using get changed fields, iterate or remove any fields that are marked as changed. Okay. And when do we call this? Oh, okay, it doesn't see it. Okay, all right. All right. I wonder if it's still a validation error. All right, I wonder if it's still a validation. Our meseeks is not helping. Our meseeks is not helping at all. So it's still our enum field here. I'm assuming. That's actually what it is. I'm assuming because it might actually be a different area now. Let's see here. Base. It is in base docs. All right. So it is. So it's no longer the enum fields. It is purely in base doc. So let's see here. We create the doc. We give the name. We save. This function works fine. That is doing it what's correct. Then we are going to modify save, where we're going to input in our arguments. The idea was to build an audit and then save it. I wonder if I just if I block that out. Let's see, is there any other... The embedded document is kind of this. The embedded document is kind of the same. We have a audit in place. Actually, thinking about it, I don't think I actually need the audit in the embedded documents. We definitely need it in our base documents because all our base documents will be checking and validating and making sure it's all correct. But for maybe the other one, I don't think we need that. Oh. All right then. So here we go. ROM docs. Crossing fingers and toes here. Crossing fingers and toes. And no, still throwing the same error. So, but we got rid of the save function. So it's just doc.save, which is complaining. It has to be the enum fields then. It has to be this then. All right, we should separate these out then. So we'll call this test test field, or we already have test field, so we'll just call this test T, and then this will just be an embedded field, or embedded document field. We'll be importing in test. We'll get rid of this. There we go. From here, we'll then grab that. And then from here, we'll simply go ROM collection, that. Oh, sorry, we'll go with doc, that, Spider-Man, doc dot test field, or test T. And this will be equal to TT. And then doc, save. And no, still an error. Still an error. And it's a different error. Okay, then. Invalid embedded document instance provided to the embedded document field. So t-test. Warning, validation error. Okay, this might be why we were getting the previous error thrown. Apparently, is the embedded document, which might also be this still. Which means it's still not working. Yeah. Why you be not working? All right, even simpler. Even simpler. We're just going to go with. We're going to go with TT, or we'll just call this test 1, and this will be an enum field, an enum list field. This thing. We're going to test this one first. There. Okay then. Let's see, a test list is equal to that. And it worked. All right, so it works. So that means the enum field is correct. Okay, let's try this with the other one. All right then. Test dict. We'll go with enum dict field. I should rename that. It's now a map field. But what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and copy this. And then the other field should just be, it will be an integer. There we go. It will be an integer. And we'll call this field test dix. There we go. All right then. Oh, it's throwing an error. Let's see here. Argument. Map field constructor must be a valid field. It should be a valid field, okay. But this is a valid field. This is an enum. Unless they don't want an int. And in this case, this should be a oh, all right. If this can't be an int, then we'll call this a we'll just call test for now. There we go. And complain again. All right, why are you complaining? Let's see here. Argument, map field constructor must be a valid field. Enum class, field, we're going to superimpose field, any, and then we call it a day. Because the whole purpose of the field is to just validate our inputs. All right then, so if that's the case, then why would this matter? Or why is this throwing an error? Field name. Okay, we'll call this hi. Is that the problem? No. I really don't know why it's throwing an error, especially now of all times, since it wasn't throwing it earlier. All right. Let's read through this and see exactly what the problem is. Let's see here. The exact problem. ROM collection enum dict field. So we have this is literally the problem. Super initialize field arguments. Argument to map field. Constructor must be a valid field. Okay, this is the field name. Validation error. Argument to map field constructor must be a valid field. Oh, actually, let's go. This might actually be a bit of, because I switched over to map field, that might actually be part of the problem. Let's hop over to map field real quick and see exactly how it's playing. So, MongoDB map field. Oh, we should probably pick Mongo engine. To the documentation. Map field, there we go. Okay, there. The database field to store your fields and the default of the name of the field. All right, I'm beginning to think that maybe that might not be what that might not be it. This is the name. Why do I have a feeling that maybe I'm overwriting the name of the field? The default value of the field if no value has been set. If the value is set to none or has been unset, it can be callable. Unique. All right, it's not unique, not a primary key, not a valid. Oh. A callable to validate the field to value of the field. Oh, I think this might be the problem here. A callable to validate the value of the field. The callable takes the value as a parameter and should raise raise a validation error if the validation fails. So I think that might be it. I think that might be it. This, which I set as field, is contending with. So yeah, the problem here is this. So what I set down as, here it is, this one. We should rename this. I'm renaming this real quick. There we go, map. There we go, map field. There we go. So yeah, so here, because of the fact that we set this as field, this is technically going to be an any. Oh, we already set it as any. Okay. So this needs to be validated. As in, this needs to be... Yeah, I think that might be where the problem lies. Because I set it as field, but we didn't actually properly sort it. So this should be validation. Something like that. And then that should theoretically fix the problem. Theoretically, mind you. I'm just guessing at this point because, yeah, I'm just guessing at this point. But it doesn't hurt. Let's go ahead and rerun this. It doesn't hurt to test it out because it seems like it is a validation problem. And I was under the assumption that putting the field in would be the validation of the values. Because ideally, I want to validate the key and the value. Validate the key to make sure that it is, in fact, an enum, and that we're not just inputting anything random. And it has to be a very specific enum that we put in. But the value has to also be a very specific input value. I thought that was field, but it might be validation. All right, so I keep running this over and over again. Maybe I should just write I should write a basic script and call it test script, and it'll just run everything for me. That way I don't have to keep running around on the screen and doing this. It'd speed up time, mind you. Oh, there we go. All right then. So through, there we go. So through an error, constructor must be a valid field. All right, so it's complaining about that again. All right. One second. Let's go back and check out this real quick. ROM doc here. So if we look, our original dict field was game categories, and then just a DB field, and that was it. All right. Okay. Maybe I should have committed when I made that last edit. So this should theoretically validate test field. All right, when in doubt, look for examples. All right then. When in doubt, look for examples. Here we go, map field, embedded Mongo engine, embedded doc. Oh, okay, that's okay, that's a bit different than what I was expecting. That's a very different from what I was expecting. That's map field with normalized keys. Let's see here. Why does it look like the map field is only... I'm busy thinking. My brain is processing. Mongo engine int field. And then, all right. All right. I think I might know what the problem. Let's change this to int field. There we go. Let's change this back to int field. Let's go back over here. I'm going to get rid of that again. We'll just initialize with the... Yeah, we'll just initialize with the field arguments. All right. And let's go ahead and try this. Because I'm thinking that I might be a different problem. Nope. All right then. So it's not an int field. Yeah, it's not an int field. Let's see here. They actually call theirs when they create their class. I didn't do that. I wonder if that would potentially be the problem. Again, we're just trying to figure out why it's throwing this error. Oh. Wait a minute. Did it just not crash? It did not just crash. Okay. All right. If that's the case, let's do a quick test. Doc equals Spider-Man. Doc.test dict is equal to... Oh, all right, come on. Or okay, fine then. You're a map field, so we can simply do this. We'll call this gaming. We'll call this idle. And 5. Doc.save, and it's still the same error. Oh, why? Okay, then. The list field is working, so it is purely an enum map field. It is a problem purely in this field here. It claims something is not reversible. All right, then. I wonder if I'm going to have to start changing. I wonder if I'm going to have to update the reversible field. All right, let's do this. Let's grab this code. I'm going to go over to Mr. Meeseeks and see if he has anything to say. Let's see here. Error persists. Error. Why? There you go. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Field is none, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We actually set... Okay, then. Let's see here. We're not doing that. Especially when it comes up to here. Okay, then maybe we'll try that then. All right, then. Let's see here. Doc is equal to Spider-Man. Oh. All right, then. Doc is equal to that, and then that, and then doc.save that, and okay, still throwing that error. Got it. Still throwing that error. Let's see here. It's very annoying that I'm having a battle with something that you think would be very simple. Okay, all right. I'm going to probably have to read up more on this error. I don't know why it's throwing this error. I really don't. You would think that based off of you think that it would be fine based off of what we did, but for some reason it's just not working. It's working great for the list field, but the dict field, it's complaining a lot, and I don't know why. Let's see here, especially given the fact that, let's see here. Yeah, especially given the fact that it seems like we're doing all of the correct steps. At least I feel. Like, look, it literally tells me to input field right here. Like, here we go, field any. See here, dict enum field any. We literally did this. And then here, they're doing they have an extra validation step, but we're literally doing this validation step as well. And then, like, everything is correct. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't see what the problem is. Unless it's something as benign as I have a typo hidden somewhere, which is causing all of my pain. I mean, we have code here. Code here. Key values, so that should be fine there. It should be the field documents, which is what's the field is what it's complaining about. But the field should be that should be, yeah, I don't know what the problem is. All right, well, it's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. I need to. I shall work more on this later tonight, and hopefully I'll have a solution for tomorrow when we continue programming. We'll try and read up a bit more and find out why this is throwing a particular error, because this should be like, this should not be an error. This should not be throwing an error. So I don't know why it's throwing an error. Initialization is correct. Validation is correct. At least it seems to be correct. Let's see, our super initialized field, then our arguments. Let's see here, field. If not field, then we raise a value error. And then here, field should be anything, and then we're bringing it in. And then from the enum map field, when we call it in our documents right here, here's the enum. This is the enum field, and then this right here should be the mapping field, the field that we're going to map to. So, all right, yeah, I'll figure it out. Anyway, laters, everyone. I hope you all having a good one. Have a good morning. Have a good night, wherever you may be. Have a good one, and we'll work more on this tomorrow. And have a good one wherever you are. All right, laters. Oh, don't you bark. No, do not. Don't you dare bark.